Yes, thank you. I want to welcome everyone to the August 26, 2024 meeting of the Georgia Council on Literacy. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And we have to begin by saying how thankful we are for this amazing location. Isn't this beautiful? It is. Takes the cake for being, for beauty, for the location. We've been all over the state, it seems like, and we have been some great spots, but you can't beat what Georgia College and State University has provided for us today. And we want to welcome someone who'd like to welcome all of you to the campus. And if we can have President Kathy Cox come to the podium and give a word of welcome to the council. President Cox.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, and good morning, everybody.
Morning.
It is a pleasure to welcome you officially to the campus of Georgia College and State University on this beautiful Monday morning. It is our pleasure to host you all, members of the council, to have you back here for your important work today. All of our special guests. We've got a lot of our local folks as well as our folks who are affiliated with the council and here to discuss with them their important work today. We especially want to say thank you to members of the legislature who get pulled and pushed in so many different directions throughout the year, and we're grateful for the time that you give to the council. And that includes the First Lady of the House, Ms. Dale Burns, who might as well be a legislator herself for all of the work that she does. But for all of you, we are grateful to have you here. We are glad that you decided to host your quarterly meeting on our campus. As you know, Georgia College is the state's designated public liberal arts university. As you look out over what we call front campus, we call that our movie set of a college campus. We're pretty proud of our campus, and not just for its beauty, but for the great work we do in so many different areas. The work of the Georgia Council on Literacy is important, of course, in leading the implementation of the Georgia Early Literacy Act, as well as monitoring statewide literacy goals. As we saw with last month's release of the Georgia Milestones assessment data, with scores increasing or holding steady in 10 of 13 assessments, Georgia is already making critical gains in student outcomes. We have miles to go, no doubt, but the importance of literacy to the future of this state and to the future of millions of children who grow up in this state simply cannot be overstated. I also want to welcome you on behalf of both the Sandra Dunnigan Deal Center for Early Language and Literacy and our university's Lounsbury College of Education. The Lounsbury College of Education is a leader in alignment with the science of reading. Along with our highly successful dyslexia endorsement, we are very proud that last year, and Chairman Johnson even mentioned this to me this morning, Georgia College's early education program was awarded an A+ rating by the National Council on Teacher Quality, placing it among the top 48 colleges in the nation in preparing teacher candidates through its early education degree program. The Deal Center, housed right here on our campus, plays an integral part in the initiatives that promote early language skills and literacy among all children in Georgia. The Deal Center seeks to translate both research and policy into practice by embedding evidence-based practices for early language and literacy development into all curricula for children birth through age 8. Just this past year, the Deal Center was able to award more than $1 million through multiple grant initiatives to communities, community agencies, school systems all across Georgia to help them support the improvement of early language and literacy skills in children at all levels. The Deal Center's partnership with the Georgia Council on Literacy and its support of Georgia's legislative emphasis on literacy has led, of course, to legislation that has enabled us to go farther and dream bigger in the realm of promoting childhood literacy. We are all grateful for the incredibly strong legislative support for literacy programs in the state of Georgia that the key legislators seated with you today have made possible. It really is a pleasure to host you today as you do your important work, and we look forward to the brighter futures that are ahead because of your emphasis on and your understanding of the need to improve literacy rates in the state of Georgia. Thank you for being here. Let us know how we can help you, and go Bobcats. Have a great day.
Thank you, President Cox. Your warm welcome from not only you, but all the staff that's here from Georgia College and State University has made us all feel like a Bobcat today. So we're honored. Like to, obviously I'm thanking everyone for being here, because if you're here, you're important because you're here because you believe in this mission. And it is not anything other than a mission to change the trajectory of literacy in the state of Georgia, which is going to change the future of our state. But everybody's important, but there are a few folks here like elected officials and some folks that we want to make sure that we recognize. Some folks I'll wait because they're on the agenda, on the program, but I believe Senator Rick Williams from Milledgeville has joined us. Council member Shonya Mapp, and Representative Bethany Ballard. I know Bethany's right. I saw her. State Board of Education leader, member Lisa Kennemore. Thank you for being here, Lisa. Representative Lisa Campbell. I know she was on the way if she isn't here yet. And then always Joanne Hickman. Thank you for being here. And I know that you're here to support Billy, but you're here always as an important part of what we do because of your experience in the early literacy in elementary education. And we are always honored to have the First Lady of the House, Dale Burns, with us. Thank you, Mrs. Burns, for being here today, but also your support every day as we encounter, we move this forward. So council members and guests, we've got a packed agenda. I know that you've had a chance to look at it. We've all been busy since the last meeting, and we're here to update on important work. I'd like for everyone at the table just to go quickly here and go and introduce yourself. If we'll start on the right.
Hi, I'm Carlette Fulcher. I'm a first grade teacher in Effingham County, and I was appointed by Senator Burns.
Hi, I'm Katie Seymour. I'm the instructional coordinator and MTSS specialist for Putnam County Schools, and I was appointed by Governor Kemp, sorry.
Kelly McKay, Assistant Superintendent for Raven County by the Governor.
Good morning. I'm Julie Walker. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Libraries and Archives at the University System of Georgia and the State Librarian, and I was also appointed by Governor Kemp.
Morning, Stephanie Westhafer, first grade teacher at West Jackson Elementary in Jackson County School, and also appointed by Governor Kemp.
Morning, Gary Bing, Georgia State University in early child and elementary education. Happy to see you. Also appointed.
And I'm Katie Bennett. I am a fifth grade teacher in Forsyth County, and I'm very happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Irene Munn. I work for the Governor's Office of Student Achievement and privileged to work for the council.
Good morning. I'm Stan DeJarnett. I'm not in my assigned seat clearly, but I'm the chair of the State Board of Education, and I was appointed by Governor.
Good morning, Lindy Morgan, Sandra Dunnigan Deal Center for Early Language and Literacy right here at Georgia College, and I was appointed by Governor Kemp.
Dale Burns. I'm a retired elementary school principal from Effingham County.
I'm Joanne Hickman, and I'm a retired elementary school teacher.
Good morning. I'm Billy Hickman, State Senator, Senate District 4.
Good morning. I'm Joy Hawkins, Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Student Achievement.
Scott Johnson, the Chairman of the Georgia Council on Literacy.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Richards. I'm the new Georgia Literacy Coach and very glad to join you.
Good morning, everyone. Jaylene Hunter, and I'm proud to serve on Marietta City Schools Board of Education.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dana Nichols. I serve as Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Student Success at the University System of Georgia, and I am the team lead for educator preparation and professional development.
Good morning. My name is Amy Dante. I'm the Director of Literacy at the Georgia Department of Education, and I was appointed to the council by Governor.
Morning, I'm Dana Rickman, President of the Georgia Partnership for Excellence Education, and I'm squatting here at the table today. I'm not on the council, but I'm here to report and provide some color comments later.
Good morning. I'm Nerese Price, Superintendent of the Baldwin County School District, right here in Milledgeville, and I was appointed to the council by Governor Kemp.
Good morning. I'm Bubba Longrear, Superintendent, Candler County Schools. I was appointed by Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones.
Good morning. I'm Yancey Ford. I'm School Superintendent in Effingham County, and I was appointed by Speaker John Burns.
Hey, good morning. I'm Richard Smith. I'm Director at First District RESA, and I'm here representing the RESA Network.
Good morning. I'm Julie Alligood, Executive Director at Middle Georgia RESA, and I too am here representing the RESA Network.
Well, thank you to all the council members and stakeholders here that for introducing yourself. I also want to recognize the newest member of the council. She is not here with us today because I think her appointment was like last Thursday. But Christy Moore, who is with the Valdosta Chamber of Commerce, Christy, a longtime friend of many of us. And you may recall Malcolm Mitchell resigned from the council, but for a very good reason, to actually become more significant and more significant role to serve on the as the Georgia Reads coach for our state. And so Lieutenant Governor Jones appointed Christy to be with us, and I know she's online. So so thank you for listening, Christy, and we look forward to meeting you in person soon. Also know that House Education Committee Chairman Chris Irwin is online. So thank you, Chris. And I know there are folks all over the state that are on our Zoom link, but and we appreciate every one of those folks being connected with us today, and for the purpose of moving literacy forward, and just as much as we appreciate every one of you for being here. Well, let me just say, you know, we have the goal of Georgia being #1 in literacy in this country. And I know you do. You don't, you might have walked into the wrong room. But I know you do. And that means #1 among every state. That means on the NAEP scores. And it means, and you know what? Because it can be done. We know how to solve this problem because we know what? We know it is Georgia's most solvable problem. And we know how to solve it. There are issues in this state that aren't, that I wouldn't imagine how we would begin to address them and solve them. That's not our mission. But we know this can be done. We know it can be done. We know the stakeholders in this room and the teachers and leadership around this state can get it done because we're going to set the path. You're going to have an influence as well as they have an influence on setting the path for that. You know, when I say that we're going to be #1, well, I can tell you something else though. I can read, thankfully, and I can read, and other states are not standing still. You know that? Other states are not standing still. We know there are states that maybe outrank us, but there are other states that are also putting forth the charge, because this isn't a Georgia problem. This is a national problem. And I'm thankful for the sake of our country, the sake of the future of our armed forces, but for the sake of everything in our nation, that there's states all over the country. Indiana's doing something, and Alabama's doing something, and there are states that are getting, Ohio, there are states that are getting serious about it. So when I say we're going to be the best, and I believe you believe that, and I believe you're key to that, this is not something that we can say, okay, we can look at the list and think it's going to stay the same, because and I'm proud of that we are doing what we're doing. Some of those states have made bigger investments than Georgia's made thus far, and we're going to have to address that. But you're going to be key to determining what those investments are, making sure that they're legitimate, and make sure that we get results for it. I don't know what I can't say what the outcome is going to be always, but I think we know this. I think we know the outcome for our state if we don't do it. If we don't do this, we know where we're headed, and it's not a good future. But I know that people in this room and the people that are online and the people around this state are engaging for the future of Georgia students and adults. So I want to go over briefly the agenda because we got some important things that are happening today. We're going to get a literacy data review from our Governor's Office Student Achievement staff. I'm really looking forward to all of this, but a superintendent's panel discussion that Dana, thank you for being here to facilitate that. And our superintendents are at this table. We're going to have an update on House Bill 538 from Amy Denty from the Georgia Department of Education. We have a Georgia Tech Literacy Research Project presentation. Met those young men and women this morning at breakfast. Really looking forward to hearing from the folks from Georgia Tech, Georgia Department of Education, and RESA literacy coach programs. That there's a lot going on there, and everybody in the state needs to know needs to know what the good work that's happening. So Richard and Julie, we're looking forward to that. The Universal Screener update, there's good work going on, led by the Deal Center. We're an important part of what is going to happen this year for guidance for our districts and the Universal Screeners and determining what is the best path forward. Sarah will be talking about the Georgia Literacy Plan and the working group updates. And then Irene Munn, this is the kind of thing you say, the last but not least. But if you don't have September 30th, Georgia Reading Day on your calendar, you need to do it right now because we have some awesome, exciting things that are going to be happening. And I know Irene is going to give us a full update because Georgia Read movement is happening. We're going to have, there's like digital billboards that are going to be all over the state. And you know, it's amazing how things have come together. Because it's going to excite folks about reading in Georgia. And you're going to hear from, about the College Football Hall of Fame, simulcast to every school available in the state, schools, libraries, folks all over the state. Even businesses are saying, we want to get in on. So looking forward to it. And so Irene will give us the full update on that. And I mentioned her name, but on the really important to our implementation front. I want to recognize Sarah Richards. Some of you have met her, probably all of you met her this morning, or heard of her, or connected with her, or seen her on a Zoom call or something. But the new Georgia literacy coach, Sarah, thank you for we want to welcome you. Sarah started July the 1st and is connected with Georgia Department of Education, with all our RESAs on their work. The Deal Center's work on screeners. You were here last week, right? To talk about to be part of that. She's a radio and TV star. She's interviewed with CBS, NPR, and several other media outlets in this, 5 weeks that you've been on the job. But Sarah has some great experience in the area. So that's what gives her a platform and makes her a great leader in this area. And she's been our spokesperson for since she's been there on House Bill 538 and the Georgia Reads movement. She's knowledgeable, and we appreciate her. I'm gonna let you say a word. Would you do that? Just to this is impromptu, okay? So you blame me, but we're gonna hear from her. But just
Way to put me on the spot.
but you're good.
No, thank you so much. No, I am very honored to join this group of leaders. I have shared that literacy is my true passion over my 20 plus years in education career. And I just feel honestly so excited about the direction that we are headed as a state. I've really made it my personal goal to speak to as many people. It's been less than 8 weeks, I think, but speak to as many people as possible, hear from as many people as possible. So please, anytime, I really do want to hear all voices and make sure that we are bringing all the work together. And I'm most excited that our legislators, our different agencies across the state, our school districts, our RESAs, everybody, all partners are coming together in this work. And I know that we are going to really move forward in the right direction and make a difference for our children and our teachers, our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. As you all know, this position is part of Senate Bill 211. So it is it was important from the beginning, and we're glad to have you fill in that role, Sarah. Let me just recognize a few other folks here on my notes. The Georgia Literacy Plan, I know that you've been working hard in developing that, and many of the members of the council and stakeholders, we were there, last Tuesday at SRB's offices, that many of you all invited, but there are additional meetings to what we're to our official Georgia Council on Literacy meetings, but we're those of you that have been available to participate either online, in person, in our first two meetings, and we have another meeting coming up on creating the global, as you might say, Georgia Literacy Plan. That we know it's important work, and it's unless you got a map, unless we decide where we're going, we won't know if we get there, as they say. So, and someone who's been really significantly important to that work and to just what we're undertaking and have done so far. And I want to recognize her, Paige Pullen from their Paige is waving from Florida, who has been she's amazingly, she's giving her time to help Georgia become what we potentially can be. And we're looking at other states. Senate Bill 211 said, look at what other states are doing. You don't have to reinvent this wheel. Look at what other states are doing. Now, Georgia, we're going to do it better, but we've looked at Mississippi, we looked at Florida, and we're looking at other states for guidance and Also, you know, the good work that's going on around the state, around districts in the state. We know that's happening. And we are, and so we're taking advantage of every one of those. But I know Paige, again, thank you. And you, I know you and Sarah have worked to organize those planning meetings that are so important. Just a few last things before we move on to our GOSA department staff and our literacy review. To begin with, lunch options. We are providing lunch for the council members. You know, it's going to be, we don't have a long time today, so we're going to work during as much as we can during our lunch. Yes, if you're not a council member, you know, you can walk over to the Max Food Court and at the Student Center, and they have lunch there. We are going to have a 15-minute public comment period, which at the end of we're going to give it a try. Yeah. So we're going to allow if there's some folks that have significant and relevant public comment at the end. We'll see how long, see how many people we can accommodate at 3 minutes apiece. And if you're on virtually, you can type your comments in the chat, and we'll do our best to share those. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you, President Cox. Thank you, Dr. Morgan, and what I should mention, the lunch that's provided for the council members is provided by our RISA network, our friends from the RISA. And so thank you from Middle Georgia RISA, Julie Alligood, of course, and then Eddie Morris, our director of Oconee RISA, for providing lunch for us today. So thank you so much. Now let's hear from, let's get into our agenda now that the preliminary is underway. And you want to, these are your folks. Would you like to introduce the folks for
Absolutely.
Governor Ross Student
So I'm
Achievement?
honored to have the pleasure to introduce Monica Filomeni and Shi-Young Wang. And, you know, we thought we'd start today with just a data overview because, again, we are planning our metrics in North Star. Can't do any of this without data. And so the 2024 milestones, we don't have the data by subgroup, but we'll go over 2023 and to the extent that we can 2024. And you have a 2-pager that looks like this. And so if you'll find that in your package. And now I'd like to turn it over to Monica and Shi-Young. Thank you so much for being here and doing this work.
Sure. Thank you, Joy. Hi, everyone. Good morning. We're so happy to be here. This campus is so beautiful. And we're excited to kind of give you a state of the state in terms of literacy attainment in Georgia. Since we all last convened, some new scores have come out, our milestone scores. So we're going to chat about those today. And we're so honored to be here to talk with you guys about this. And as always, if there are any questions, we'll try to save those to the end. Our email will be on there and y'all can shoot us an email whenever you want. So our presentation today, let's see if I can do this. Oh, I did it. Great. Okay, so our presentation today is going to follow this outline. We're going to quickly kind of overview the ELA milestone scores. We are then going to discuss our Lexile scores and follow it up and end up with a NAEP score quick discussion. So our ELA milestone scores are here in this figure presented by grade level. And if you look all the way to the left, you'll see 3rd grade, and all the way to the right, 8th grade. And at the bottom in that dark kind of burnt orange is the percent of beginning learners and on ELA milestones. So that's kind of what we're going to focus on right now. And in 3rd grade, if we add up that burnt orange and that yellow, we have more than about 60% of our 3rd graders scoring in the developing and beginning categories on ELA milestones. And kind of an interesting trend, you know, we talk a lot about third grade when we discuss literacy. An interesting trend here, I think, is actually looking from that fifth to sixth grade jump, obviously a transition from elementary to middle school. And we're seeing a jump in that burnt orange category, the percentage of beginning learners, which might be something that we as a council and stakeholders start focusing on and thinking about how can we support our learners during those mighty transition stages. And we're also seeing that trend mirror from 8th to 9th grade as well. So we're now here going to look at third grade ELA milestone trends over time. And let's focus first on that orange line at the top. You can see that we're looking at ELA milestones for third graders from 2018-19 to 23-24. And as a reminder, we didn't have testing during COVID year, so that's blank. But we can see that the percentage of beginning and developing third graders on ELA milestones, that orange line, has not yet declined back to pre-pandemic levels. So in 23-24, 61.6% of third graders were scoring in the beginning and developing categories. And pre-pandemic, that was around 58. So we're also seeing that blue line, which is the percent of third graders scoring in the proficient and distinguished categories. That blue line has also dropped about 6 percentage points since pre-COVID. All of this implies, you know, we have a lot of work to do to restore back to those pre-COVID levels. Trends are definitely looking good, but we still have a lot of work to do, and that's why we're all here today. We also wanted to make sure that we looked at our ELA achievement by subgroup. And if you look to the right, you can see this kind of gray table. This is a really important context for understanding the graph to the left. This is going to break down by category how many students were tested. So when we talk about this type of achievement, it's important to also think about how many folks we're talking about, right? So we can see here that there is a big difference between the blue, which is the percent proficient and distinguished in third grade milestones, and the percent in orange, which is the percent of third grader scoring and beginning and developing. We see the greatest disproportionality between these two categories within students that have disabilities, English language learners, Hispanic, and Black students. So again, just thinking about how we can best target our efforts, these data show kind of what we can start thinking and focusing on a little bit more. All right, don't be scared by this. I promise it's not scary. So most people, when they see a thing like this, are like, oh my God, I promise it's already stuff that you guys probably know, right? So what we're seeing here on the horizontal axis is the percent of directly certified students in a school. And percent directly certified is how we're measuring poverty. And that is the percentage of students in a school identified as receiving SNAP or TANF benefits, and the percentage of students identified as homeless, unaccompanied youth, foster, or migrant. This is a more precise way of measuring poverty than free and reduced price lunch, which has the community eligibility. So when we look at the percent directly cert, which is on the horizontal axis, and then we can look at the vertical axis, which is the percent of third graders scoring in the beginning and developing categories on their ELA milestones this year. We can see that red line going up and to the right, right? That just means that there's a positive correlation between poverty and achievement. This is not news to anybody here, right? We know this. Our model here is actually showing almost a one-to-one relationship with a 1 percentage point increase in direct cert at a school corresponding with a 1 percentage point increase in the amount of third graders scoring beginning and developing on ELA milestones. That's a really statistically significant number. That's a morally significant number. And that's really what brings us here to talk about it. You can also, from this model, glean that 62% of variation with scores is explained by poverty. That's a fancy way of saying, guess what? Poverty is a huge predictive indicator of how a student's going to do, right? This is also a huge emphasis on why these community literacy efforts that we're all engaging in matter, because there's only so much that can happen within a school that can adjust that line, right? We need everybody in on this work, which is such a reason why we're here today. And this here should drive us in our thinking.
Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about our Lexile achievement. So Lexile is based on the reading portion of the ELA milestones. And just like how we show the ELA milestone achievement, we break down Lexile achievement by four different categories with different colors. From bottom to top, you have below grade level, grade level plus, and above grade level. Here we see that there is a bit of variation across different grades, and these are showing the 2023 to 2024 Lexile. For third, fourth, and sixth grade, you have more than 50% of students scoring at the bottom two categories. So less than half are scoring at the top two. And very similar to ELA achievement, between fifth and sixth grade, we see a huge jump of students who are below grade level. So if you look at the brown box at the bottom for fifth and sixth grade, there is a jump of 13 percentage point of students that are in the bottom category. So this was Lexile score in the most recent school year. Next, we show the trend of Lexiles. So each line represents a different grade. So the bottom is third, the middle is fifth, and the top is eighth grade. And we have school year from 2015 to 2016, all the way to 2023 and 2024. Kind of similar to ELA, once again, we see this COVID drop of students scoring at grade level plus and above. So the percentage represent the percent of students that are at the top two categories. And for eighth grade, we see the biggest drop of 11 percentage point during COVID of students who are scoring at these categories. And similarly, for all three grades, the trend is upward, which is promising, but it's still below the pre-pandemic levels. And this is a map of all school districts in the state of Georgia. We have representing third grade Lexile only, and the darker the purple color represent the percentage, higher percentage of students that are in the top two categories of Lexile. And it's pretty obvious that the higher performing districts are oftentimes the city districts and those surrounding urban areas. And this is just to show that there is a huge variation across the state, and we need to target our reading efforts to where it's needed the most. And it's really important, like what Monica mentioned, to consider these community contexts when we target these reading efforts.
All right, so we are going to end today's data discussion with a quick overview on NAEP trends. And for those of you who don't know, NAEP is an assessment that's given to a representative sample of students, and it's given every 2 years, but the most recent 2024 scores won't be available until next year. So we're going to focus on fourth grade reading from 2022. And what we have here are the percentage of fourth graders who are scoring at or above proficiency. And we can see Georgia outlined in that little dash as about 32% of students scoring at or above proficiency in fourth grade on their NAEP in 2022. Oops, nope, sorry guys. There we go. So we can see here how Georgia's fourth graders look compared to the national percentages. And in Georgia, we're not necessarily leading the pack, especially when we look at those blue lines. You know, we are kind of average. And then when we look at the grade table, we can see that the percentage of fourth graders in Georgia scoring proficient or above being 32% is of course close to the 33% national average. we can actually see that Georgia has slightly higher rates of NAEP proficiency among white, Hispanic, and Black fourth graders relative to national averages. As a reminder, this is the 2022 scoring. I don't know the extent to which this will change, but as soon as we get those numbers, we'll make sure to update the council on that. And we are so excited and honored to be talking about this. There's so much more work that we can be doing for you all. If you ever want this type of presentation at the district level, where y'all are at the school level, please let us know. Our emails are there. We are so happy to do this. We've been doing it for a long time with folks, and it's always so nice to meet all of y'all in person. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from our council members or the stakeholders here at the table? Senator Hickman?
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I several things about that confirm what we already knew, but I want to confirm it again. There's a direct relationship between poverty and children being able to read. And I talked to Chairman Irvin. I know he's on Zoom today, but he and I have talked about that, and I think we really need to, Dale, we need to really address that in the QBE formula and look for that, because we all know there's a direct relationship. Other thing that I appreciate, and this is the first time I've seen this, is that these numbers were broken down by race. And that really disturbed me tremendously, because if you look at the race numbers, there's a lot less than what you would think. And I know several of our superintendents here today have 25% of their population. I know it's Hispanic, and I know Bubba and I have talked about that. That's a big challenge. So thank you for that. Breaking down by race is fun. First time I've seen that. And the poverty in reading is a big factor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
So on the slide with the state, what was the kind of olive color? What does that represent?
Oh, that gray color? That is too few students. So these are students that from the third grade, just too few reported in the category that we were looking at, which was proficient, or what was this? This was grade level plus and above. So just too few students. And you know, when if this is your district that you're representing, and we can have a conversation and we can get that student level data very easily within our organization and actually have that conversation, but publicly it's not something that we want to necessarily, you know, because it's too few, it's less than 15. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Those of you that have followed the work of the council over the last year know we're honored to have some great representation by superintendents from around the state. Here, Bubba Longrear, Superintendent Longrear, Superintendent Norris Price, and Superintendent Yancey Ford. Thank you for that, for your service. And we're really honored today to have Dr. Dana Rickman to join us to lead a discussion on district level data and what you have learned and what we can learn, and sharing your experiences. So Dana, thank you, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, and I'm thrilled for the invitation and really excited about this discussion. I know that we have practitioners on the council who can lend their voices,
Certainly
but I
do.
think it's so important to hear from the people who are on the ground doing the work and letting us know how things are going. And so I want to kick it off right away to make sure, I want to turn to each of you just to tell us a little bit about your district so we can understand the context in which you're doing this very important work before we dive into the specific question.
Again, good morning. My name is Norris Price, Superintendent of the Baldwin County School District. We have approximately 4,800 students, pre-K through 12. 65% of our students are African American. And we have a poverty rate of 86%. And we also have 4% of our population that are classified as homeless. So we have children in this beautiful town that are living in hotels. or doubling up with other families. We also are very proud of the fact that we always say that your zip code does not define your future. And so we do not use poverty as an excuse. We believe that our students can achieve at high levels with the appropriate support. So we have lots of resources that we've been able to put into place. So if you go to the high school, you will see there are 17 pathways that students have access to. We just got approved to be an international baccalaureate school. We have a Montessori program. We are only one of 5 school districts in the state of Georgia with a Montessori program that starts with 6-week-old babies all the way to grade 5 in partnership with Georgia College. And so we have an incredible fine arts program. So we have lots of opportunities to provide our students with a well-rounded education, and also make sure that we provide them with the wraparound services as well, so that they can achieve at high levels and be successful. So lots of partnerships with communities and schools, and also with Family Connection, along with the institutions of higher learning here in our community, to really do the work of educating our students. So we're proud of it. We're seeing some good movement with our data, but we know that we have a lot of work to do as well.
Again, I'm Bubba Longrear, Superintendent of Candler County Schools. It's in Metter, Georgia. It's right on I-16, kind of southeast, east central Georgia. We have around 2,200 students in our school system. Demographically, we're 45% white, 28% black, 22% Hispanic, and 5% multiracial. 100% of our students eat breakfast and lunch at no charge due to our poverty rate. You know, we've been focused on literacy in this council, and the legislation that's passed has just heightened the focus and the importance of it. But a couple of things, and I'll talk more in detail probably as questions lend themselves to that, but we have an internal council within our school system that focuses on creating opportunities for speaking, writing, illustrating, reading, and listening every day in the classroom. And then after the creation of this council, we created an external swirl council, speaking, writing, illustrating, reading, and listening, trying to help our families of birth to 4 truly understand the importance of conversations in the home, reading to children, all those things that are so important that we might take for granted that all families realize and understand. But I think being deliberate in assisting, helping, and training the families within our community. We have around 2,200 students, 10,000 in the county. You know, the slogan is everything's better in Metter, and we feel real good about things in Metter, but as the senator brought to the forefront, I think it was so important. Poverty is a true challenge when it comes to creating literate students. And I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, what variables are associated with that are causing that barrier to be there? It's not if your pocket's thicker with more money, you read better, but there's experiences, there's opportunities, there's things that are associated with living in poverty that I think if we can address, we can truly make a difference.
Again, I'm Yancey Ford. I'm school superintendent in Effingham County. We're a neighboring county to Chatham, Bryan, and Bullock and Scriven. We're approximately 15,000 students, 60% white, 12% Hispanic, 18% black, almost 8%, 2 or more races. We do have 50% free and reduced lunch throughout our district. We do have pockets of schools that are much higher than that, almost 60%. In fact, one of the things, and we may talk about this a little bit later, is one of our schools is nearly 60% free and reduced, and they were 90% third grade Lexile, reading on or above grade level. And we're super, super proud of that. One of the things that we've really tried to do, just as Dr. Price spoke about, is creating opportunities for kids. And we've really tried to do that in Effingham County as well, really trying to find something that every child can attach to, whether it's our Effingham College and Career Academy, that we run a STEM program there, and we also run our CTAE program. So we have students that are going in and out of that school each and every day from both of our base high schools. I am super excited about the work that we're doing in Effingham related to literacy. And I really got to give all the credit to the folks like Carlette that's on our council. She's a first grade teacher at Rankin Elementary School. And I think, you know, we put a lot of pressure on our principals to hire good teachers. And we're very fortunate that we're located in an area where folks are moving to. We're growing about 450 to 600 students per year. Every district's not set up that way. There are a lot of very small rural districts that don't have that opportunity to be able to hire some of the very best. And so we've been very fortunate where our principals have been able to hire really, really good teachers, because I don't think that there's any program that can substitute that really good teacher that's in front of those boys and girls. And and we may talk about this, Dr. Rickman, a little bit later, but one of the things that I think that we've done that has helped us be successful is protecting that instructional time and making sure we're very intentional in the time that we have with the boys and girls. We have some students that come to us that's from poverty levels as well, from areas in our community that have a high poverty level. And we know that what they get at our school is what they get. And so we have to be very intentional about what we do with them once they come through the door. And I agree with both of my colleagues here. I think that, you know, if we can find out those barriers that are hurting those students that's causing that poverty, and we can put some wraparound services, whether it's with Family Connection, the United Way, whatever organizations that's in our communities throughout the state, if we can gain help and support through those agencies, I think that we all can be successful as a state. One of the last things that I'll talk about that I think is unique to our district is that we have 140 6-week to 4-year-olds. We opened a daycare in January for our employees. They're, believe it or not, as fast as that we've grown, we don't have very many daycares in Effingham County. And so the more opportunities that we can house our staff members' kids, that will open up spaces for other folks that do not work for us. And so that's been a big benefit for us. We've got 140. We're teaching phonics to 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds, and maybe even to some of our 6-week-olds if they'll let us. But I'm very passionate about literacy. And I think that we can continue to get better. And I think we have to focus on the growth, not necessarily a number, but let's focus on the growth. I think if we continue to get better this year than we were last year, then that's reason to celebrate. And very, very thankful for being on this committee.
Thank you for that. And I think it's really important to think about like the differences between your districts and how the districts across Georgia all look different with different demographic makeups, different resources, different challenges, different assets. And so we have a little bit of variety here. I want to dig into a data discussion for a minute. We just saw all of the data that GOSA presented about how we're trending as a state. I want to start with you about what do your data trends look like? Like, what are you seeing in your district? And then sort of, this is a long question, guys. I'm sorry, you can take notes. To your point earlier, like there's a lot of a lot of factors around poverty and other things, a lot of really smart kids living in poverty, but it's harder to learn. Like, frankly, when I'm hungry, I'm not a very good team player and can't work in group projects. So talk a little about your data trends and then things about your district that you are working through to keep those data trends working in the right direction.
Absolutely. You know, last year we noticed an upward trend of 3% in the numbers of students scoring proficient and above in ELA and on the EOG and GMAS. There was a 2% increase in students performing at the distinguished level. And we do feel like that's a reflection of some of the work that I talked about with our internal Swirl Council, again, speaking, writing, illustrating, reading, and listening. The expectation that in every classroom, every day, students are actively engaged in those activities. You know, another thing that we did, I think, that really impacted middle school growth is we were deliberate in having all of our ELA teachers have conferencing students about their reading and their writing, taking time. And initially there was a little bit of resistance of, I don't have time to sit in conference with each of these students individually. But from a writing standpoint, there's so much growth that takes place when you conference with a student, ask them why you wrote this, what was your thinking with this, and taking that time while the other students are working, the teacher individually having those conferences. That was a school-wide expectation. Our instructional coaches are a huge part of our growth and our lead learners. We've really been building capacity in our lead learners about the focus on not only swirl, but also alignment with what our strategic plan says. I think too, back to the challenges that are associated with poverty is when we made a deliberate approach, historically in public education, a lot of times the mindset has been, we have no control with what happens to them before they get to us. Let's not use that as an excuse. Let's focus on what we're doing daily in the classroom. But we shifted and said, no, let's be proactive in addressing those things that students are struggling, missing out on birth to 4 before they get to pre-K. And we're small enough, we're 2,200 students, have those parents come in, provide family learning opportunities, high school kids coming over, reading to young children, coaching parents on these are the activities, this is the amount of time that you should be doing. Put the phone aside for a little bit, having those conversations that oftentimes are foregone because parents are busy, kids are distracted with a tablet or a device, trying to be deliberate in telling parents. Think back to our meeting in Dublin, and one of the most profound things that I've learned was when Dr. McGivney shared the barriers to students being successful in literacy, and he gave us a chart, and so much of it was birth to 4. Birth to 5, but our 4-year-olds, we've adopted, we are now teaching Orton Gillingham in pre-K. Our GKID scores were as high as they've ever been for our district. And, I just think, again, being deliberate, having a positive attitude of regardless of the challenges and the barriers, we can be successful in turning this ship around.
Or do you want to add to that about your district?
Yeah, sure. We've definitely made some gains over the last 3 years. This past year, we increased as a district in 3rd grade, 2%. 4th grade, we went up 3%. And in 5th grade, ELA, we went up 10%. Our Lexile scores for 3, 5, and 8 were 83, 87, and 87. And you may be thinking, well, those scores are really good. And we are proud of them. But in 3rd grade, that's 17% of the kids that are not reading on grade level. And so it's super important for us to make sure that we continue to find, the how to get those students to where they need to be. One of the things that when I took over as superintendent 4 years ago, I was so impressed with the work that one of our Title I schools was doing. I was a high school principal for 11 years. So during that time, I was very tunnel vision, focused on high school, getting kids across the stage. And then as I transitioned into this role, I really started paying a lot of attention to what our different elementary schools were doing. And we've got one of our elementary schools, Rankin Elementary School, 17 consecutive years of being a distinguished Title I school. And so I was really intrigued about, what are they doing different? They're well over 50% free and reduced. They serve a lot of the students that come from some poverty. And so one of the things that I found out is that they looked at poverty as what can we do to make sure they're fed, make sure they're supported, and make sure that they're ready to go when they're at school. And they just refused to use that as an excuse. And so I took a former principal that was at Rankin Elementary for 14 years, and I've had her work with some of our other principals in some of our Title I schools, and we're starting to see that same trend move with them. And so although we may talk about poverty in Effingham County, our staff knows that we will not allow that to be a deterrent. We are going to find a way. We know that poverty is an issue. We know that there's a correlation, but we refuse to use that as an excuse of why kids can't perform. And so whatever it takes, if that means that we've got to do lots of remediation, lots of push in, lots of pull out for those students to get them caught up, we're going to continue to do that as well. And like Bubba said, I think it's super important to find, you know, those wraparound services that can, and those community supports that can help those birth to 5-year-olds so that they may come to us a little bit, you know, higher achieving than if they wasn't.
Dr. Price, you talked about being in no excuses district. What are your trends looking like right now?
We're seeing progress as far as student scoring level 2 through 4. We saw an increase of 5 percentage points in 3rd grade, 8 percentage points in 4th grade, 10 percentage points in 5th grade. And then when you look at proficient and distinguished, we saw an increase of 4% in 3rd grade, 8% in 4th grade, and 15% in 5th grade. So we're seeing some really good growth, but again, we're not there yet. At the 3rd grade level, 50% of the students, 52% of the students, based on Lexile, were on grade levels. It is a 5 percentage point increase, but we know that that means that there are 48% that are not on grade level, and so that's 3rd grade. In 5th grade, we had 6% increase. And in 5th grade, we had a huge increase. 62% of our students are reading on grade level or above, and that's a 12% increase from last year. So we know that we're making progress, and one of the things that we try to do first is to remove non-academic barriers for our students, and that means making sure that they have at least 2 meals a day. But we also provide dinner if they stay after school. So we know that there are children that go home and will not have anything to eat. We're providing clothing if they need clothing. We have clothing closets in all of our schools. We have food pantry. We have a laundry center, believe it or not. Children that do not have clean clothes do not come to school because they don't want to be teased or made fun of. So we have a laundry center where parents can come and wash their clothes for free. We have a school-based health clinic because if kids are sick and they don't have insurance, they're not going to come to school. So the school-based health clinic is on a sliding scale, and we will take care of you whether you can pay or not. So focusing, as Effingham County was talking about, on the non-academic barriers so that our students can be ready to learn. And then when they're in school, we have developed a literacy framework to really ensure that we have a strong foundation, and we're starting with pre-K. Just 3 years ago, we actually looked at Louisiana and what Louisiana was doing through the Louisiana Believes framework, which was based on the science of reading. So 3 years ago, we adopted their units and revised it to meet the standards of Georgia. And so we've been using units of study based on Louisiana Believes, and we're seeing some really good progress on that. And then this year, we've adopted foundations to really hone in on those phonetic skills and making sure that our kids, starting in pre-K, we're implementing foundations starting in pre-K so that we can make sure that they have those foundational skills and be able to show what they know when they take that state assessment. So lots of professional learning for our teachers, also working with communities in schools and Family Connection to develop tutoring programs with small groups and making sure that we identify those students that need additional support in reading. And then we also implemented a literacy academy after school. I personally wrote a letter, and that was modeled after Marietta City. And what Dr. Rivera did there, where he wrote a personal letter to the parents and said, your child is not on grade level. We're offering this additional support after school, and we're strongly encouraging you to send your child. So our Literacy Academy, we saw a significant increase. 90% of the kids that attended the Literacy Academy actually ended up scoring on grade level based on the Georgia milestones. So, and that was just 6 weeks. So imagine what we could do if we did that all year long. So just looking at best practices, I've learned a lot from Marietta City and what Marietta City has done, and we have adopted some of those practices to impact student learning in our school district.
You guys are so flippin' impressive. It's just amazing. I want to shift the conversation just a little bit to about Senate Bill 538. I mean, one of the reasons the council is here is to really look at the implementation of those requirements. And I think all of you began this work before that law was passed, but you were well on your way. And you've been talking a lot about all of the things in addition to focusing on literacy that you've been doing to make sure kids show up ready to learn to read. So talk to us a little bit about how, since the passage of the bill, the requirements of that, how that implementation is going, and how that is sort of woven into what you want to accomplish, sort of the opportunities for growth, but then also successes and challenges. Whoever wants to go first.
Sure, okay, I'd be glad to. Well, I think that we all can benefit from some type of accountability, no doubt about it. I think it's important for us to always realize that, you know, if 100% of our students are not reading on or above grade level, then there's work to do. And I think we should always be on the forefront of that. So we've worked very closely with Senator Hickman, and I've had tons of conversations with him. We've worked closely with Ms. Dale Burns in regards to ensuring that we're following the law, but also trying to stay on the front end of what might be coming down so that we can be ahead of the game. In Effingham, we've worked really hard to try to work ahead. We spent a lot of our local ESSER money and local East Blosh money in regards to some of the capital investments for books, and we've had 3 cohorts of 300 plus teachers for letters. We've, just like Dr. Longrear, we have Orton Gillingham. We've gotten a lot of teachers that are trained with dyslexia, and we were one of the 2 districts that was left with reading recovery. We'd kind of held on as long as we could, you know, and so and I know that's probably a different topic for a different day, right? But one thing that we did with those 31 reading recovery teachers is we met with them and we brought them to the table and we asked them to switch gears and go through all of this training along with the other teachers, and we've created them as reading specialists. So of the 31 or so that we had, 27 are left. They've went through all of this training, and they're going to be doing push-ins based on the screeners. They're going to develop the reading plans. They're going to work alongside these teachers. Carlette and I were talking earlier today, you know, we really don't know exactly what that's going to look like in its full implementation right now, because this is something new. I think all of our school districts around the state offer interventions, but we just had something very uniquely that was in Effingham, where we had those reading recovery teachers, and they really have worked really hard to jump on board and be a part of this, and the part of being a part of the science of reading. And I really, truly think, along with the phonics implementation and with them pushing in and supporting those teachers and writing those reading plans for every child that needs it, I think we're going in the long run see some increased scores.
Real quick, following up on that, you're reading recovery teachers, and there was a lot. You said that, like, that's a whole nother discussion. And it sounds like you retained 27 of the 31, so that's a good transition. What was it that allowed you to transition how did you get the teachers on board and not fight it too much?
They had a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, but they also had a lot of feedback where some of what they felt and what we were doing in Effingham related to reading recovery crossed over to some of what the science of reading indicated. And, you know, we could have easily told them, you know, you're going to have to go back to the classroom, but we felt like that was already a locally funded initiative. We were already spending close to $3 million a year. So I wanted to keep that in the budget and we came up with the idea of creating a reading specialist. And it's still a work in progress. You know, it's just like any initiative that you roll out in a school district. You're going to have some that's going to be 100% on board, and you're going to have some that's not. And so we're flying the plane as we're building it, so to speak. And I think once we get to our full implementation, it may take 2 or 3 years to get to that, but I think it's going to be a really good product in the end.
You know, in regards to 538, really our work began a little before that. We had begun to work with Cox Campus prior to the law and guidance. And then our shift to structured literacy was born from a small group of teachers that had done the dyslexia training and endorsement. And as we began to look at the science of reading and said, you know what, we really need to start shifting more holistically to the science of reading. So it was really good timing from that standpoint. But we have an instructional coach, Kim Woods, who's just was a wonderful reading teacher, and she's leading the charge. But we're training our K-3 teachers, again, using the Cox campus models, and establish a structured literacy framework in the lower grades. But once we really began digging into the law, we used our federal funds to get all K-2 teachers and paraprofessionals trained in Orton Gillingham strategies, continued to use Cox campus. So I think there was a general shift throughout the state even prior to this legislation, but this legislation just empowered and really expedited the process of that shift. We've seen that in our district, and I think in other districts as well.
I think I agree with both of my colleagues that we started this journey before House Bill 538 was passed, knowing that we needed to make sure that our students were reading at grade level. But 2 years ago, we used our CARES money to train our teachers in letters. Orton Gillingham, which is our level 2, tier 2 intervention, and Wilson Reading, which would be the tier 3. And we also have infused the University of Florida Literacy Institute, UFLY, their curriculum. And so we've been using that in our after-school program. So we aligned before the after-school program was basically left to do their own thing. 2 years ago, we changed that. So our after-school program also has to have at least 45 minutes of a literacy focus. And all of the teachers have been trained in what we call UFLY, which is the University of Florida Literacy Institute instructional materials. In addition to that, as part of CARES, we added an early intervention teacher at each grade level. Prior to that, like we had one teacher serving multiple grade levels. So we added an early intervention teacher at each grade level. And when CARES went away, our principals and teachers were felt very strongly that we needed to keep those positions. So I'm happy to say that our board agreed. I made that recommendation. And so every grade level has an early intervention teacher assigned to them. Huge investment, but well worth it. And that is a way to address the individual learning needs in small groups. And then again, with the high quality instruction materials, we've adopted foundations in order to make sure that our kids have those foundational skills and are able to read on grade level. And then for our screener, we're using iReady as our screener for not only our universal screener, but also for our dyslexia screener as well. So we're moving along. It is a lot, and we're trying to make sure that our teachers are supported and that we provide them with the resources that they need. But if we can take this opportunity to say one thing, it would be great to have literacy coaches in every single one of our schools. In that, send it back to you.
I'm writing that down. Make sure we heard literacy coaches in every single school. I want to ask a wonky question to any of you, and any individual can or can skip it. We just heard a big data presentation that looked at Georgia milestones for third grade reading, but then it also looked at Lexile scores for third grade reading. And if my understanding is correct, the state uses Lexile scores to report who's reading on grade level. And so my question for you guys, which score is more meaningful to you all when you're looking at your data? And if you had a recommendation for, and other states use Lexile scores as well. Is there a better measure between the two? Like, how does that decision play out for you guys? You could skip it or answer it.
I might have a wonky answer here, but no, I think it's a good question. You know, the milestones and data and the Lexile data both stems from the same source, and that's the milestones assessment, which for those of you that might not know is taken on a Chromebook you know, they read a passage and they answer multiple choice questions on a Chromebook is how we're deriving this data that we're looking at so closely. But probably on the hoof to answer that question, it's the Lexile data that's easy to grab, it's easy to look at, and all right, where are we in terms of Lexiles? But in terms of other forms of data, you know, I think the screeners really drive the instruction. It's important how we get that across the state and truly a measure that we can look at and compare students, compare data. That's going to be a challenge. But you know, I heard Chairman Johnson earlier say we want to be #1 in the nation, and we know how to get there. I think one of the things that we could do is let's clearly identify what we're using to determine where we currently are and what we're going to use to determine where we want to be so we will know when we have had success. What that is, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't want compliance and accountability to mess around and get in the way of us truly teaching students to read. And it's easy to do when you're dealing with such a large bureaucracy as public education in the state. And even within a district, even as small as ours, you can get so focused on a big picture that you're really losing sight of how are we changing the lives of students by helping them be more literate.
I was going to say that Lexile is one measure that can be used to determine our kids' reading levels. But the use of our universal screeners that really breaks it down into what skills do I really need in order to get to on-grade level reading is critical and should not be used for accountability purposes or to rank schools or to label schools. It's truly to measure where's that child. I have children that come into kindergarten, they don't know their name, they don't know their letters, they don't know shapes, they don't know, they haven't had good early learning experiences. So that student is starting at a very different place than a child that's coming to me whose parents have done all the things that we know we should do when they are in the early ages, and also if they attended preschool. So I'm going to take that child and I'm going to take that child as far as they can go, but it may take that student 2 years, may take them 3 years to get them to where they need to be. So I think the universal screener allows us to see, okay, here's where you're starting, and then I'm going to grow you as much as I can. And what we say is we need to grow you at least a year, but I'm already starting behind. So, so looking at multiple measures to determine what we're doing as far as student learning and also getting students to read on grade level is really important. And Georgia Milestones is one test on a given day at a given time. And depending on how I was feeling that day, I may do my best or I may not. So for us to use that to judge the quality of education we're providing, I think that we need to look at other metrics.
I would just add that I think Lexile scores are used pretty much across the nation in most places. I would just say that our screeners and our Lexile scores and our GMAS, along with our standards, should be aligned so that we're, you know, when the screeners to me are the most important because that's what teachers are going to use to create the plan. You know, the plan is the meat and potatoes of how we're going to get those children to the next level. And you know, if you're screening them 2 or 3 times a year, hopefully by the time you get to the milestone, you're going to have a pretty good idea of where that student is. Maybe they have a bad day testing. You're still going to know where that child is at that point in time. And so I think that, you know, whichever measure is used, I think is not really the biggest issue. I'm like Bubba though, if you're going to compare yourself nationally, you probably need to kind of make sure we're, you know, what are we doing so that how do we know that we've gotten to be the #1, you know, in the country, in the world? You know, how do we know that? And that, you know, can be related to Lexiles, can be related to NAEP, can be related to whatever screeners we put in place. So that it's aligned with standards so that the folks that are doing the work every day, the teachers, they have a good idea.
Okay, so speaking of teachers, I want to go there. What you guys have shared, the amazing amount of work you're talking about, aligning expectations, focusing on reading and writing in middle school. Again, lots of alignment, lots of thinking outside of the school day and bringing in community partners, and then all of this new curriculum legislation, like these teachers, bless their hearts. How are you supporting your teachers through this transition? Because we've not seen a big exodus of teachers like it has been feared over the past 4 years. How are you engaging these teachers and making them feel like they're part of this process and empowered to do their best? Because this is a lot.
Go first.
Anybody?
Yeah. There's a couple things I think that's super important. Probably the most important is you got to let them have a seat at the table. You got to let them be a part of the plan and let them be a part of the solution. I think that's very important. I think we got to continue to find ways to pay them. I think you look at a science or math teacher, I think some of our universities are struggling, not necessarily maybe at our elementary level, but our middle and high schools, they are struggling to find folks for those particular grade levels. And so they're having to hire people from industry. And sometimes we lose those teachers from math and science that go to industry to make more money. I think the other thing that's important, and we had a retention rate this year of 91%, and I have to give 100% credit to Ms. Carla Dean, who operates our new teacher orientation program. She is really one full-time person, but then she has surrounded herself with retired teachers, not retired administrators, retired teachers. And they come in and they have a caseload of 15 or 20 teachers that are within their first year, their second year, their third year, or their first year to Effingham County. And they're just a mentor. They just provide support. And I think that's been a big help in keeping teachers in the profession when they become frustrated, when they don't know the answer. There's someone there to help them along the way. And the key there is they're a retired teacher. They've been in that classroom for 30 years.
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback off of what Yancey said there. When you look at situations where you get frustrated, it's typically because you're not sure what the expectations are and you're not sure how to be successful. So I think for our teachers is clearly defining what teachers need to know, understand, and be able to do. Provide that training for them, provide that support, be realistic about these are the things that we can control in the classroom. These are the things that we cannot. But all of our teachers went into the profession in order to be successful. But if we don't clearly define, and with them at the table, these are the things that we're going to focus on to be successful, because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things that are truly outside of their control from 8 to 3. Let's focus on what we do from 8 to 3 and have some measuring successes based upon.
I was just going to say that teachers have to have a voice. And so I'm so glad that this council has practitioners that are able to give their perspective, but they have to have input into what we're doing. So they have had input into the professional learning they're providing. What does that look like? Input into the screener that we were going to use, input into the resources that we needed to use. So teachers have to have a voice because they're doing this work every day in the classroom. And so they know better than anybody else. So the teacher burnout report that was put out by the Georgia Department of Education, we have taken that apart and we have identified recommendations that we want to use in our school district. So again, just like my colleagues have said, teachers have to have a voice, and we got to figure out how do we make that happen in everything that we do, because oftentimes we're imposing on them and adding to their plates, but asking them is really important. And I think that that's what we've all done, and all of our colleagues across the state are trying to make sure that teachers have a voice.
Now, I know I'm looking at the people in charge of today. I know we're about 15 minutes behind. I have one more question and then open it up, or do I want to just, okay, one more question. One more question, guys. Excuse me. All of you are talking about everything that you're doing, and I hear a lot of I'm using local funds. I use my Federal Reserve funds, which are now going away. As you think about moving forward, I know we've got increased costs coming down from the state health benefit program that are hitting districts. There's a lot of additional pressure on you guys to continue doing this great work. But also, as we saw from the data, there's a lot more work still to be done. And so talk about moving forward, sort of how are you going to sustain and hopefully expand what you're doing, but also specifically for this council, what do you guys need in terms of support from the state, either monetarily or structures, or how do you see this work moving forward in a productive way that moves us all together?
I'll jump in there. You know, finances are always, you know, the first thought that comes out, and there's programs and there's people and all those things cost money. But I honestly think that the most important thing that we can provide for our teachers is clarity. Clarity in terms of these are the expectations, these are the goals, this is how we, again, I hate to be redundant, but this is how we'll know when we accomplish it. And I think this council is at a point where as we work in our small group sessions, we're really starting to get to the meat of the work. When we come out with these are the clearly defined expectations for all across the state, and this is how we know we can be successful, and everybody embraces that and we're all pulling in the same direction, I think that's the greatest value that this council can bring, even more than financially.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Longrear. I think the most important thing, and I'll go back to this, is hire good teachers. And then you've got to use what I call a tight, loose, tight leadership model. You got to be very clear in what the expectations are and how you're going to get to that end game. But then you got to loosen up a little bit, and you've got to let them have a seat at the table. You've got to let them lead PLCs. You've got to let them have input because they're the expert. They're the practitioner that's in the trenches each and every day. And then you, as an administrator, we've got to support. We got to support, and then inspect at the, along the way to see where we're at and make additional changes. I know that if you ask any teacher, they'll tell you they didn't get into it for the money, but they also have to live and they also got a family to support. And so I think anytime we can continue to find ways to pay teachers, whether it's after school tutoring, like Dr. Norris Price said, that, some things that she's doing after school. I mean, there's only so much that teachers will be willing to do for free, when they're going to need to be compensated for it, for that extra time. And many of those students need that extra help. And so I think clarity, like Bubba said, support, so that we can retain good teachers. And, I know there's a lot of salesmen out there that sell a lot of good programs, and there's programs, there's a time and place for them, but there's nothing more important, especially in elementary school, for that really strong teacher for those boys and girls.
Yes, so quality professional learning is something that I'm going to stress is needed. We've been able to provide that, but Letters, Orton Gillingham, Wilson are very expensive to train teachers. So looking at how we can fund those high quality professional learning opportunities for our teachers is something that I think this council needs to look at. I know we have the Georgia Literacy Academy that is being provided, but we started with teachers being trained in letters in Orton Gillingham, in Wilson, and so how do we continue that because the funding has gone away? Literacy coaches, and it could be looking at those of us that have a high percentage of our kids that are economically disadvantaged and putting a literacy coach in every single one of our schools to support our new teachers that need that support, but also to give our teachers that are also veteran just the boost that they need with the work that they're doing. So I'm going to push for literacy coaches. I think the funding that has been given as part of our the literacy coaching in our RESA, I'm going to benefit for that, but it's one person serving 2 school districts. So it's something, but it would be great to have one per school. And then just looking at the literacy screeners and the cost of that annually, again, if that's what we're going to use to really make an impact, we also need to look at how we can provide some funding. Just like we did with the dyslexia screener, we got a little bit of funding through a grant to be able to purchase a screener, but it's an annual cost. It's not a one-time cost. So just continue to support our teachers.
Just to piggyback on that, because I think a lot of school districts across the state probably use CARES money for some of this. And now that funding's gone away, we're still going to need to be able to, especially letters, extremely expensive.
Well, I want to thank our panel, and I want to encourage everyone in the room, including those on the council, but everyone else, that there's so much that we didn't get to here, especially about their partnerships around early learning and community partnerships. So I encourage you to follow up, during happy hour and whatnot with your own questions. But from what I heard real briefly is that what our districts needs from the council, we need clear expectations. We need a clear understanding about what success looks like. How do we know when we get there? How do we know we're progressing in the right directions? And I think I heard something about literacy coaches that pretty much sum it up. And so now with the time allowed, questions from the council.
Yes, thank you. Questions? I know Senator Hickman, you said
Yeah.
you.
Well, thank you. And again, incredible. Thank y'all so much. Did a great job. You know, one thing I've been looking at real strongly is absenteeism. And I know that, if you go to the GOSA website, it breaks it down 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and then 15 above is called chronic absenteeism. And I can imagine how a child can miss 15 days of school and still be able on literacy, reading on grade level. How are y'all addressing that in your perspective or respective communities?
Yeah, great point. Unfortunately, there's a strong correlation with poverty and chronic absenteeism as well. So it's a compounding impact. But just being very proactive in trying to communicate with those parents, sending letters at 3 days absence, calling parents, and, just encouraging them about the importance of being there. But unfortunately, again, the ones that are going to struggle due to socioeconomic challenges with literacy are also the ones that are more likely to have chronic absenteeism. But another thing is the transiency that takes place with a lot of those that might be between us and Bullock and then over to Tatnall and Emmanuel Evans, because the rent comes due. They go move in with a cousin or something in another community, and then they find another opportunity there. It's a very, very strong challenge that we face.
It has a direct impact on student learning. We have a truancy officer, so we do 3-day letters, 5-day letters, 10-day letters. At the 10th day, we go and make a home visit, and we begin to figure out what are those barriers that are getting in the way of that child coming to school in order to better support the family. And then if we have to get the court system involved, we don't like to, but if we need to, that's what we'll do, because in order for you to learn, you have to be in school. And there's no way that a lesson that you miss could be replicated, no matter how good the teacher is and how hard that teacher tries, you can't redo that lesson that child missed. So attendance is critical, so putting information out to parents, and letting them know the importance of the child being in school. Now, if they're sick, we understand, but if they're not sick, they need to be in school.
To follow up real quick on that, I think we have to ask the question, why? Why is the chronic absenteeism? Interesting piece. We started school on a Friday at the end of July this year. And there was a family that I'm very familiar with. They struggle economically, but they're also proud. But the mother reported that the children would not be there on that Friday because the check had not come and they were going to have new school clothes when they went back to school, but she was not going to send them to school on Friday until they were able to get new school clothes on Saturday. And that's the mindset that is a reality often.
And so in talking about communities, and I know that happens in your community as well, we are very fortunate that the community steps in. They raise money for school supplies. They raise money for, we have school uniforms, so they raise money for school uniforms. Homeless families, we know who they are, so we make sure that they have at least 5 change of clothing before school starts. but that's a community effort. The churches are involved, nonprofit organizations all get together to make sure that they have the book bag, the school supplies, and the clothing in order to come to school. And that makes a big difference. But you do have families where if they don't have the clothing or they don't have the school supplies, they're not going to come to school. And so that's a barrier. That's what I call non-academic barriers that have to be removed.
I would agree with everything that they indicated. One thing that we've tried to do, and we're not there yet, is we're trying to put a social worker in every school so that they can try to help with some of those outside issues. Like Dr. Longer said, why are they being absent? And so I think we're about 4 or 5 hires away from having one in every school. But just a few years ago, we only had 3 for the whole district. And my social worker, Dr. Brown Pinckney, just kept coming saying, we're just overwhelmed. We just don't have enough time to cover all of it and spend some quality time with those families to try to help them. And so that's one of the things that we've tried to do, to put one in every school. We're not there yet, but the last thing you want to do is get the courts involved, but sometimes you don't have much of a choice.
Hey, let me just say, when we were sitting around saying, what could we really do for this meeting to be a great segment? I thought this was good, but it was outstanding. Thank you. And Dana, before we move on, you got something coming up later this week, don't you? But please tell us, Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education. Tell us about the report you're.
Speaking of those non-academic barriers to success, the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education, we are hosting a critical issue forum outside of Atlanta. It's at Atlanta Technical College, something, I'll get you the details. But we're looking at the impact, the intersection of health and educational outcomes. And so we've got a great kickoff speaker who actually is on the board here at the Deal Center, Dr. Callens, talking about her work. But then we'll have a panel really digging into, the impact of both school, community-based school health programs, but also what RISAs are doing, what we're doing on, national levels to really, or excuse me, statewide levels to really get at how do we meet the students where they are, their students and families, to get them the healthcare that they need. But then on the flip side, another panel looking at community partnerships about how do we sort of grow our own healthcare workforce. Because part of the problem is you could set up all of the clinics that you want, but if you don't have anybody to work there, you're falling short. And so it's this coming Thursday, and we will send out information. And I hope you all, it's free. I hope you all can attend. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you for letting us know about that. I know because I got it on my calendar and I plan to be there. So thank you all for the work that you all do. Moving to our next segment, which is an update on House Bill 538. I don't know anybody in this state that probably works at a leadership level that probably does more on a day in, day out basis to make sure that our schools have the things they need than Amy Denty. So Amy, thank you for that. Thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing your report.
I taught middle school, and so all this movement will be okay with me. Thank you all so much, our superintendents on the council, for that just great information. And when I got here this morning, at first I thought maybe I should have asked to go before them, but I think actually this was genius because it's going to be a really good segue. And don't worry, I'll be able to catch us up on being behind so that we can get back on schedule. So I'm going to talk to you about implementation right now of the Georgia Early Literacy Act. And so even though we've been hard at work in our K-12 schools on this for at least a year, as all of our superintendents alluded to, this is really implementation year for us. And so I'm going to give you a little update on where we are. You all know that there are 5 key components to the Georgia Early Literacy Act: instructional materials, universal screeners, targeted interventions, professional learning, and teacher preparation. I'm going to talk about those top 4. Teacher preparation is housed under the Georgia Professional Standards Commission and our colleges. And they're all doing a great job of ensuring that our folks are going to be well prepared. I've been in several meetings lately, both with our higher ed folks and with PSC, and I'm really encouraged about how things are all coming together. But I'm going to focus on those top 4 categories because that is what really lives in the realm of the Department of Education and our K-12 schools. I'm going to flip through these slides pretty quickly because you've seen each of these that tells the requirements of the Georgia Early Literacy Act. And so first we have high quality instructional materials. And by December, all of our school systems will have to certify that their local Board of Education has approved high quality instructional materials for teaching reading in grades K through 3. Tomorrow we have round 3 of our reviews of high quality instructional materials. These are core materials. And when I say core materials, these are comprehensive materials that would address all of the areas that are across the top of those 2 charts right there. And the reason we're on round 3 is because our vendors are our partners and they are constantly improving their products, adding to their products, and we feel very strongly that this needs to be an annual process so that we can keep up with what's happening. Those QR codes will take you directly to the most recent report from our high quality instructional materials review team and to our rubric that we've also made available for districts for vetting their supplemental programs as well. I'm also going to tell you a place where you can get all of these things. And so if you're not quick enough with your phone to get the QR codes, I'll tell you a really easy place where you can access all of this. So the next big area is universal screeners and targeted interventions. School districts were required beginning this month, August 2024, to universally screen all students in grades K through 3 with an approved screener. They were required to have their first screening within the first 30 days of school and are required to screen 3 times per year. Students who are found to be at risk of a significant reading deficiency are required to have a targeted intervention plan developed. And I'm going to show you a couple of resources that we have for that. So right now, this is the list. I know you can't read that. This is the list of approved universal screeners. There are 14 items on this list, and many of our school districts were already using screeners on this list. We do have districts that had to change to a different screener this year, and there will be more change with universal screeners that I'll talk about in just a moment. I've heard from lots of school districts in the past couple of weeks that their screening has gone smoothly. I was chatting with a curriculum director at 9:30 last night because she was gearing up for today, was going to be their first day, and she wanted to make sure she had everything just right. And I think it's really important to recognize that. Our school systems want to do this work well, and they want to do it right. And we're not always great about remembering how hard people are working every single day in our school systems to get this right. They don't always feel like they're really secure and know the answers, and we're trying to do a good job of supporting them. But I've just been It's one of the reasons that I love my job, because our folks that are boots on the ground making this happen in schools are doing their best to get it right. And I'm really proud of that for our state. So legislation requires that and this is a direct quote from the legislation, requires that any student who is found to have a significant reading deficiency will have a plan developed for them. Now, legislation requires that that be based on the universal screener. I will tell you that in schools, we're very hesitant to make big decisions based on one data point. However, we have provided direction and guidance from the department for understanding what these approved screeners consider significant reading deficiency. And so this chart, we contacted each of these vendors. Every universal screener has technical statistics related to it that tell what cut scores should be when determining whether or not a child may be at risk for a significant reading deficiency. We reached out to each of the vendors, talked to them about what Georgia's legislation says, and asked, what is your cut score for determining this? And this is what's shown on this chart. This is something that we had a lot of questions from districts about, and so this is something that we provided for our districts. So, you know, and you're going to hear from Dr. Morgan after lunch about the work that the Literacy Screener Advisement Group is doing right now. You know, we had another piece of legislation that was passed last year, Senate Bill 464, which requires that the list of universal screeners be narrowed to no more than 5 screeners. And one of those screeners will be offered free of charge. And so the Deal Center is heading up that work. We had a great first meeting last week. Such a committed group of educators and practitioners and higher ed, just a variety of people from around the state, geographically representative of the state, and doing really great work. Lindy, I think our RFI is live, and so or live in a couple of days.
Wednesday is the day.
Yes, and
Maybe it happened already.
yes, and so we'll start that work of reviewing these screeners. So the important part of this to know is that districts will go through an upheaval in their screeners, and that's okay, but it is important for everybody to be clear on that. And so our screener list will be reduced from 14 down to up to 5. And that's going to require, in many places, some additional professional learning, some additional adding infrastructure and making sure that things are on track. And so I think we need to be very well aware of that. These are some tools that we've provided from DOE for guiding people in creating these plans and these targeted intervention plans. On the left, you'll see our screening process flowchart, and on the right, you'll see our characteristics of dyslexia rubric. And then, in addition to those things, I think I went too fast. There we go. In addition to those things, we've also created a template that districts can use for those tiered reading intervention plans. This is a template that we've made available as a Word document so that people can easily tweak it to meet the needs of their district. So if you go to that QR code and click on the link, it's going to download a Word document directly to your downloads folder, and so you'll want to check there. The item on the right are some parent resources that provide a good general overview of the science of reading and things that can be done at home to help assist and to ensure that children are ready when they come to school. It is by no means an exhaustive list. There are a lot of great things out there, and I know that a lot of school systems, family and parent engagement folks are working hand in hand with literacy teams at their schools to be able to provide really good resources for their parents and families at home. So finally, we get to the fourth component of the Georgia Early Literacy Act that I say lives within DOE, and that's professional learning. And I think that this one is probably the most important of all of the components. Our superintendent panel said several times there is no substitute for an excellent teacher. Well supported, well prepared, and to have high expectations for our teachers. And so providing that strong support, but also providing high accountability. We've got to have both of those things in place. I will tell you that I've spent the last probably 6 months doing presentations on bridging what teachers learn in the Georgia Literacy Academy modules, or letters, or Orton Gillingham, or whatever it may be, bridging that learning to practice so that we actually see it show up in the classrooms in those interactions between teachers and children. So I have a few slides on implementation science, and one of my slides says, what are the challenges lurking in the gap? And in every group that I've been in, the number one answer is teachers who are coming in through alternative certification who have never been in a classroom before. And so they're learning, their school systems are providing lots of opportunities to learn, but this teacher is already in that classroom. When I've been around a long time, when we first saw alternative certification, it typically happened at high school level. And my mother-in-law had been a journalist for many, many years, and she became a high school English teacher. You saw a lot of situations like that. And then we saw it creep into middle school, but we rarely saw a kindergarten, first, second grade teacher who had had no student teaching experience, and we are seeing that now. I believe that it has to be part of the council's work that we pay attention to the teacher pipeline. And we've got to pay attention to not only how we recruit people into our profession, but how we retain people in our profession and how we really retain those folks. I call it quality retention, those people who are showing up every day and doing their very best for our students. And so all of that is related to professional learning, because the Georgia Early Literacy Act requires that all K-3 teachers participate in an approved professional learning program around the science of reading. I applaud that. We need it. I get as much professional learning as I can. I don't apologize to teachers that we need them to participate and we need them to engage at high levels with this work. But we also have to remember the Georgia Early Literacy Act also requires that districts engage in the use of high quality instructional materials. So many districts have adopted new curriculum materials. Guess what that requires? Professional learning. Districts are choosing screeners and may have to choose another screener next year. Guess what that requires? Professional learning. Georgia has new language arts standards. We're in our professional learning year this year, and next year we implement. We are placing a lot on the plates of our teachers. I believe that our teachers can step up to this, But I think that it is incumbent upon our school leaders, upon our state leaders, upon everybody in this room to figure out what we can do to provide those high levels of support to our teachers who are having to learn a lot of new things and who are teaching children the most complex thing we do in our schools. Just because it's with 5, 6, and 7-year-old children doesn't mean it's not complex. Teaching reading is the most complex thing we do in our schools. And it's easy for some of us adults to forget that because all of us in this room know how to read and probably know how to read really well. And so we forget how hard it can be and how complex it is to teach that. These courses that you see listed here are part of the Georgia Literacy Academy, which is our partnership with the Rollins Center and Cox Campus. These courses are accredited by the International Dyslexia Association and are free of charge. And school systems can engage with these courses either through Georgia Learns or through the Cox Campus platform. They're excellent. Sometimes people think, well, you get what you pay for and these are free. These courses, again, are accredited by the IDA and had to meet the same standards and qualifications of any of the other professional learning programs that are on that list accredited by the IDA. We have provided some resources. Let's see. We have provided some resources to assist people. And folks, that last QR code takes you to Godot Inspire. And if you just Google GADOE Inspire and click on the red literacy squircle, you can find all of the things that have been in this presentation, and you can find all of the tools and resources that we've provided for the Georgia Literacy Academy. Reporting starts this year, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because it's kind of not real technical, but it's a little bit technical, and you can ask me questions later if you have questions. So reporting actually starts with this first round of universal screening, and these are just some screenshots of what this looks like. The reporting will take place in the Godot portal. This is a superintendent responsibility or superintendent's designee responsibility. And so you can see that this first slide shows the universal screening information that we're asking for. We're asking for the percentage of students at each grade level who are at risk of a significant reading deficiency according to the guidance. And we're also asking which of the universal screeners folks are using. The next one is the high quality instructional materials. I'm having a hard time reading that from far away. And so we've asked districts to use that drop down to show us which high quality instructional materials that they're using. The next one is related to our dyslexia law. This is not related to House Bill 538, but it's related to Senate Bill 48. And finally, the professional learning. And so we've asked the percentage of teachers who are completely trained, the percentage of teachers that are in process, and which professional learning program districts chose, and that kind of information. So this will be our first reporting year. I do anticipate that reporting for universal screeners will probably change next year in relation to the narrowed list of screeners. One of the things that we've included in the RFI is that those vendors should be willing to provide certain reports at a state level to appear on the list. Our document, Aligning State Literacy Policies and Practices, is updated regularly. The last update was in June. I anticipate another update in about 2 weeks. You can always find, we call it the ALP document. You know, we school teachers love an acronym. And so we call it the ALP document, and it can always be found at that link. And so when we do updates, we always put it at the same link and provide in red on the table of contents page what's been updated so that you don't have to hunt and find what's been updated. So that is implementation right now in the state of Georgia. People are busy and people are putting their nose to the grindstone and really trying to do this work well. Any questions?
I had a question. Thank you, Dr. Denti, for presenting that. I had a question if you were going to get data, given the presentations we saw today, are you going to get aggregated or disaggregated data for racial categories of student screening, positive for the screener? Because I would think that different screeners operate differently. And so it would be nice to get initial data from school districts to see if there are patterns of screeners possibly over-identifying, under-identifying children who are racially diverse, et cetera. And then that might align also with our milestones and we could start thinking.
And not this year. This year, we're just asking for aggregate data. And we really made that decision based on the fact that there's going to be a lot of change in that universal screener area in the coming year. And so we're going to ask for aggregate data this year, and next year we'll be asking for more specific data. Great question. Yes. I think I heard your question.
I'm so sorry. Short person. Okay. Is the screener specifically testing or screening whether child possibly has a reading disability or if the child possibly has dyslexia? Thank you.
So a little bit of both, and this could get really technical, so I'm going to try to just be quick and kind of general. But I backed up to this slide for this. So the requirements for we call it the literacy screener if it's House Bill 538 and the dyslexia screener if it's Senate Bill 48. The requirements for those two screeners are almost identical. And so many districts, and we hope that this is the case, are using the same screener for both situations. That way we don't have to over-assess children. For characteristics of dyslexia, though, we don't want to say a child is at risk for characteristics of dyslexia before we've had an opportunity to gather more information. I don't know if I can point. If you look on the screening flow chart at that cranberry colored rung there, at that cranberry colored rung, a child's already been identified that something's going on and they're receiving interventions and they're receiving progress monitoring at their school. And maybe none of those interventions and none of that progress monitoring has resulted in what we were hoping would happen. And so there, after it's gone through a couple of iterations of trying different things, gathering more data, digging in to find out what the real needs are, then you get to a point where you would use that characteristics of dyslexia rubric that's shown on the right. That rubric is several pages long. That just shows a screenshot of the first page. And so then we start delving much more deeply into each of those individual components. And so the two go together and they complement each other, but that it's really important to have that flow chart. And our districts all have MTSS teams, multi-tiered systems of support, that are looking at this and ensuring that they follow a flow similar to this. They may not all use this exact flow chart, but they're using a flow chart similar to this to ensure that we're addressing needs quickly. We know that the more quickly we can determine a child's deficits or what might be missing, the quicker we can intervene. And the quicker we can intervene, it's going to keep that gap from growing more and more. All right,
Amy, thank
Scott,
you
I
for-
almost caught us up.
You did a great job. Thank you for the update on House Bill 538. Look what you got started, Representative Ballard. I don't know. Thank you for that. No, thank you for the updates and getting us to where we are. And it's time to, and let me just say, thank you to the Matt Cordoza here from the Department of Education, as well as Amy. Thank you for being here. Board members, Lisa Kennemore, Helen Rice, obviously Dr. Standa Jarnett, and thank you for what the State Board of Education does well. It's about lunchtime. So let's, I know the folks here, basically the folks at the table, it's for the council, the presenters, and the working group leads that are around. You can go right behind the stage here and to the right, and you got lunch, but you got to bring it back, and we'll keep working. You're going to hear from this Yellow Jacket team next, okay, from the folks from Georgia Tech. So very good. So go ahead and do that. All others, we invite you to join us for lunch as well, although you got to go get yours. Dining options are, what did we say? Nearby. I don't know. Lindy, what are the best places access?
For local dining options, yes, you can leave this building and take a right. You'll be downtown in a block, and there are probably 8 to 12 different places there. Personally, I recommend Greens Farmhouse Food. You can go in, walk through the line, they make it for you, and it's all locally sourced, very good for you, but quite tasty. So
you can bring it back, right?
they're not paying me either. Yes, bring it back.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. We'll take a break and we'll reconvene here shortly.
I'll miss you.
What?
Oh, do you need the laptop though? No, she can. Is it gonna?
See, that way it's up higher. We're not looking. Okay. You go first.
Yeah, like this. Sid just pushes us out of the fucking way. Y'all stand around. All right, what's our standing position?
This feels right. It's not. I think we should just stand like this. Feels right.
I'm also gonna say like, if any of our information seems very generalized or not specific. I'm gonna take a little bit of time to think about it. Okay, you sure? Yes, sir. Good. We look forward to hearing that. How are you? Are y'all all students right now? Yes, sir. We're both third year. She's a second year. Where are y'all from? Suwannee, Gwinnett County.
I have my assistant superintendent son.
Oh, wow. We appreciate your work with the Council on Literacy and with, I mean, we're all products of Georgia's public education. So I didn't even know we were 42nd in the nation until we started researching this in January of this year. Very surprising. Yeah.
Focus on certain aspects of it. Manipulate
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that on that base data that they shared earlier, you know, the Asian students were behind that,
Yeah.
Black and Hispanic.
That surprised me as well.
But one thing, and years ago, I was a high school principal, looking at SAT data, our white students, black students, because we are black students, not for black students, but because we're struggling with those things, full agri data. And when you compare some of those top states that are a lot more demographic. Heck, you know, I mean, y'all are way more data. There's an old saying. Figures lie, liars figures. I mean, you can manipulate. Either way, we don't lie. I'm looking forward to hearing this. Well, thank you.
Hopefully we don't let anyone down. Can't do both. That second button's just to like. Yeah, there you go.
Untuck my tie or
You don't touch your tie. You touch their tie. I work for a member. Caucus Fairfield will be candidate. You may be more far. You may be sitting down just when you say. Let me tell you. Probably the order of the slides, dog.
Yeah, and if you're not talking, just step back.
So like this is the order? This is the order?
As it should be. Yeah. I'm loose now. Now that I'm looking out over the crowd and it's tiny. Mathematically speaking, I don't think it's that low, but 0.0000. No, that's exponent. I do the math, but I don't think it's not more than 4 zeros. Like average expectancy 79 times 52 times 24. You gotta do some division. You actually stop by something. There's this thing that I saw, it's like for a barista position, it was like bachelor's degree and bachelor in science and communication skills. Those are 3 requirements. Just so we're both, bro, shut up. I'll make you say all 3. Ooh, we'd love one. Thank you. Thank you. That makes sense. I feel like high school pretty, well, I guess of how shit's going, it's. Yeah, no, that their circulation's probably fucked right now. Is that like interesting? Dude, go fuck yourself. Okay, some of us aren't doctors.
That's why I was like, I was looking nervous. I was like, fuck, I'm thinking like a lot of like assistance.
Yeah.
Oh, we got you. We'll hold you up and be like. Very strong.
Yeah.
We're all excited about your weekend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very happy.
They can't win at home, but thankfully they can win there.
Yep, you just the Bowling Green.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, we can upset FSU, but Bowling Green, nah.
Virginia Military College.
No, we're not. No. Georgia State's actually chopped this year. That's one thing that I would bet on, but everything else is awesome.
We're beating Georgia.
Yeah, this is that's actually fun. I feel like Donald, like I'm like Donald, I'm representing it. But dude, everyone who's operating the things just disappeared. What? Well, we needed to. Like, yeah. Donald? Donald? Oh, yeah, I think, well, no, you're.
That's why we have to leave.
Send your mom a picture of me and ask if she needs a pool boy. I know y'all gotta.
Me too, I'll work for free.
Yeah, we'll work for free. Maybe like as a pool boy for your mom. You know,
Truck's wiser.
I'm saying, just gotta bring me out like a nice cold glass of lemonade. I don't gotta pay me. Yeah, yeah.
Whole stack tweaking out here.
like, oh, state guys don't have like any kind of, it's like, I think they share like, 3 people share like, everyone gets one helmet, and I think one staff member to eat. No, I know, but I'm saying like, they don't even have the bandwidth to do it. I'm in a state to eat, so.
I'm never gonna compromise my eating habits for.
No, I'm just saying they don't have the money or the bandwidth to even eat steak, or even enough people to like have one go cook. Let's go get their own food. They can cook.
I took like have a favorite of that place.
Or freaky. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You wanted to go to Ireland the other day?
No, no.
Okay, you like me, you watch it on TV?
Yeah.
Well, good. Thank y'all for what you're doing.
Of course, we appreciate you for the opportunity. The only thing everyone here knows about tech is that we're smart and we like everything else.
Do they know we're not competing?
Wow. A race into oh, geez. A race into your neck and your face are two different. Just giving people random insecurities. You're too dumb.
Because some people are.
Yeah. You have too much teeth, it's fine, but you have too much teeth. That's where I get sticky. That's where I get sticky. Is it really? That's fine.
Like, you know, big gum.
Oh. Horrible. I think we jumped the gun, guys. It's at 12:30. It's 12 to her about. Oh, presentation started in 5 minutes. All right. Sorry, we're on a strict time schedule, so we have.
We're out of time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We enjoyed our meeting. Heard many lovely conversations about our football team and their win.
Yeah. Am I getting too excited though? Yeah. We have a couple of That's a good terminology.
Either cautiously optimistic or strongly pessimistic.
There's some extra goodie bags. I wonder if they give it to us. I don't know what's in there. What's your bill? A video. I don't know. They look like a t-shirt or a jersey of some kind. I think it says, I think it's a GSU. They look bright green, but I mean, I may be slightly wrong. Thank you to GCSU, and I know we're in Millersville, but go Jets. That's all we want. Then they're gonna play like baby team. That's what I'm envisioning. No, we can say, we hope we did a presentation of. They really didn't do that good. Game-winning field goal.
Oh my God! Is there like if Haynes King walks the class instead of Scooter, maybe run the day to the ball faster?
I think that kid just wants to read all day. I think he's just a. We've been putting a hat in a hat. Yeah, it's like we've been putting a hat in a hat and we've been moving the ball. So what would you say is the best for the offense? Well, we've been putting a hat in a hat and we've been moving the ball. Honestly, I wouldn't really. Oh yeah, exactly. That's what your answer is. It's like don't even do an interview. Just be like thank God. I mean that's what I'm saying. Usually it's not. Yeah, they do. UGA is even number, but they're like very good. But do they ever get to actually beat the game? Oh. My friends from middle, like it because of design school. I mean, I mean, you don't come here to be smart. I mean, like if you're a football program, the smart ones are not the ones who are also very good at football. It's just correlation and causation. I don't know. I would say, I'll just players look smart. Okay, quarterback. Okay, quarterback. But there's a lot more colleges than there are football teams. How many of those quarterbacks have gone to SEC and like great schools and
Sid, Ellie, and Blaze from Georgia Tech. How was your weekend?
I wanted to start off by thanking all of you guys for giving us the opportunity to be here. And a special thank you to Mrs. Dale Burns, who listened to our 45-minute version of this presentation earlier this year. And, now we have the ability to make it 15 minutes. And also a special thank you to Senator Hickman, who also, made it possible for us to be here today. So I look forward to sharing this presentation.
That
with you
wasn't,
guys.
so thank you. Let me just do a little bit more of an introduction.
Oh.
I was actually just gonna
My
say,
apologies.
How was your weekend? I know like most of y'all, whether you're a Yellow Jacket or not, pretty much, we're all college football fans if you're in the South. And if this is the first college football game of the year, and it was from Dublin, Ireland, which is very cool. And by golly, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets outperformed and did a great job. So congratulations to you all and the entire school and that for that. But now you've got it's the Georgia Tech Literacy Research Project. So I'm gonna let you take it from here. But thank you for joining us, and we look forward to what you can tell us.
Of course, thank you. So just a little bit of background. I am a third-year computer engineering major, and Blaze to my right and Ellie to my left are both public policy majors. And we had the opportunity to take a political science class with Professor Michael Pollack in the spring of 2024 this year. And that class was centered around state and local government. And the whole class was built on this format of working on a issue that's affecting Georgia or one of the cities in Georgia the entire semester. And so we, being a computer engineer, there was nothing on my mind that I was like, this is what I want to fix. But Professor Pollack brought to our attention the literacy rate crisis in Georgia. And we thought it would be a great idea to team up and work on that as our semester-long dissertation, because all three of us are products of the Georgia public school system. And so when I found out that, Georgia was 42nd in the nation for literacy rates, it was truly shocking, because I've had nothing but what I, presume to be the best education program up in Gwinnett County. So we all teamed up to take this on, and we'll get into it from there. Okay, so the format for this presentation is going to look something like this. There's 7 sections, and it starts with us defining the policy issue, what the verbiage is, what exactly we're looking at, and in this case, it is birth through 3rd grade literacy rates in students, not necessarily just K through 3. And then we're going to dive into a little bit of our data and our research, talk about what we believe are the top causes that we were able to determine from our research. Talk about a little bit about some other state solutions who have also faced issues with low literacy rates and how they're handling it. And also talk about testing and validation, which is a unique opportunity we had to deal with leaders in the education community within Georgia and kind of bounce ideas off of them while also seeing what they were seeing down on the field, because any research we do in a classroom or in a library can often have a decent amount of disconnect from what the teachers and superintendents and private stakeholders actually see with students. So that was an important part of our research. And then we're going to talk about our top solutions and then the final recommendation we all made to our professor in our final paper.
Okay, so to begin, simply, as we all know, the issue at hand is Georgia's low literacy rates amongst K through 3 students. Shockingly, 1/3 of our 3rd graders read below grade level, while 68% of 4th graders are not proficient readers according to the 2023 Georgia Milestones data. The root of this problem begins at birth. The first 4 years of a child's life are crucial for literary development, setting the stage for all future learning and educational success. So throughout the course of our research, we compiled numerous pages worth of statistics and facts regarding the negative effects low literacy rates have among young children and K-3 students. Significantly, these effects lead into adulthood as 2.5 million individuals struggle to read proficiently within the state of Georgia. Not only does this issue affect those individuals, but it also affects Georgia and its citizens in its entirety, costing $1.26 billion annually in social service costs and lost tax revenue. Outlined below is a further breakdown of these costs. If this problem goes unaddressed and solutions are not provided for young children and students, these numbers are only expected to increase in the following years.
So through our research, we identified just a wide variety of causes to this issue, just to link those to as many solutions as we could find. So these 6 are our top 6 that we kind of accumulated through our research. But I'm really going to just touch on 3 of them, which is the lack of attention to reading, structured literacy, and proper resources. We believe those have the greatest impact on Georgia's low literacy rates. So 45% of parents believe that the benefits of reading begin at age 2 or later, but in reality, they start as early as 6 months. Children who are not exposed to daily conversation and reading face a significant disadvantage when it comes to them later on going into schooling. This can be a potential 30 million word gap by age 4. Children with this lack of exposure then enter kindergarten and first grade significantly behind their peers. Once in the classroom, students continue to face barriers to reading proficiently. Georgia is ranked 6th in national public school enrollment size, but 35th nationally in per student funding. This underfunding exacerbates inequalities among schools, leaving many unable to afford essential resources such as reading coaches and updated materials. With an average elementary school class size of 21 to 28 students, teachers are struggling to provide individualized support as well. A key issue contributing to low literacy rates in grades K through 3 is that teachers are not adequately trained to teach reading. Most colleges do not effectively equip teachers with scientifically backed methods or the skills needed to create individualized learning environments. Nationwide, only 25% of college teaching programs adequately cover the 5 core components of the science of reading curriculum.
So before we get into our top solutions, I know many of you all here are aware of other states and their implementations of certain solutions, but we just wanted to make sure we looked at certain states in recent years who have had success or are still looking for success with certain methods. Of those, we chose to look at Mississippi, who were ranked, I believe, bottom 50th in percentile in the nation with their reading program until 2013, when they had a change to implementing the science of reading curriculum within their K through 3 education program. And with that, they have been able to jump out of the bottom 25th percentile of lowest literacy rates within the nation. And that was one state that we took a lot of influence from because it was a lot more recent than some of these other states. Looking at Tennessee, Tennessee took a different approach where they more so focused on requiring licenses in foundational literacy for teachers teaching K through 5. And then in North Carolina, they implemented a program that made sure that they wanted to make sure that students were proficient in reading before they entered the 4th grade. And this included mandatory summer reading programs for 3rd graders who were deemed behind in reading proficiency. And in Indiana, they utilized the iRead 3 exams to identify 2nd graders who needed extra support. And so these 4 states used, vastly different approaches, but there was overlap, and these are not the only ways they addressed them, but these were kind of the core concepts we found interesting, that there was so many different ways that states can deal with these issues. And it showed us that Georgia would need something tailored to Georgia's needs. And just copying something from the textbook of another state will not be the solution to address the needs of the Georgia student. So before we get into our top solutions and our final recommendation, we just wanted to talk about the testing and validation phase, which I think was a very unique and powerful opportunity we had to make sure that what we were researching and what we were coming up with was actually feasible and not just things we were finding on the internet and through other resources. So one of the first people we had the opportunity to speak with about this issue was Superintendent Woods. And when speaking with him, he believed that it was important that parents in the home are reading to their children from a very young age, and that they are aware that what students are learning in school must be practiced at home, and also the importance of expanding the Georgia Pre-K program. We also had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Kathy Whitney, who is an elementary school teacher in the Savannah-Chatham district, and she was a big proponent of the science of reading and really believes it is highly effective. And the small groups of students she has used to teach with it has yielded very good results. We also look to some nonprofits as well with Mr. John Zacola, who's the Director of Education at the nonprofit organization Read with Malcolm. And he believes in some of the ideas that we were seeing, that students are just not reading at home, and the whole family practice of reading to children is not what it used to be even when we were in middle and elementary school. So he believes making it aware of the importance and sitting down and taking time to read with your children even at 6 months, which is what has scientifically been shown when, you know, children can start understanding words and picking up on reading. So that is what he talked to us about. We also, one of our, the fourth member who was pretty significant was Mr. David Chastain, who's a Cobb County School Board member. And he was also talking about, you know, practice at home. Parents, there's a certain level of responsibility on the parents as well to, you know, take what is taught in the classroom and build on it, just like homework. And just like, you know, it's important to have fun after school, but these kids also need to be practicing by reading. And he also believed in increasing the Georgia Pre-K program. And here's just another list of other individuals we contacted just to make sure we got as much information as we could from the people who are actually down on the ground, dealing with students and seeing what the real issues look like.
So amongst our causes really are what influenced our top solutions. We went to look across the board and not just really focus in on specifics. So these are the top 6 solutions that we came up with. We do have a final recommendation, but these are the kind of the solutions where we figured these would also be beneficial to implement throughout the state of Georgia. So in establishing the science of reading curriculum in colleges and universities as a standard method, not only helps to be proactive in teacher training, but also saves the state the money that would then go to train teachers in said program after they've graduated. Nationally, like I said earlier, only 25% of colleges and universities adequately cover the 5 core components of the science of reading curriculum. College curriculum differs from school to school, largely because there are very few mandated state courses. With the exception of foundational courses, classes to complete degree requirements are decided upon by professors, stakeholders, and individual institutions. A law in the form of a mandated college class or a post-graduation exam all K through 3 teachers must take would drastically improve a student's ability to properly learn how to read. But with the latter being more feasible, that can be made possible through the state regulatory body or the Education Testing Service. This is not a new concept, though. In Hawaii and Rhode Island, early education teachers are required to complete subject area competence exams before they're actually able to teach in classes. For Georgia, an exam requirement would serve as the incentive for colleges to then teach the science of reading curriculum. So with family literacy, by investing in family literacy programs, we would not only equip children with essential reading skills, but also empower parents with the tools and resources needed to actively support their child's literacy development within their home. Family literacy represents a strong solution for childhood literacy since it helps parents connect to their children, fosters a positive reading environment at home, and further addresses the literacy issue, but at all ages, because even when children are illiterate, that becomes into illiterate adults. So addressing that issue within the home addresses literacy amongst all ages. So mandating kindergarten. In the state of Georgia, as you probably know, kindergarten is not a mandatory grade. Because of this, students enter first grade with a variety of reading backgrounds, from proficient readers to students who have never seen the alphabet before. With kindergarten shifting to becoming the new first grade, it is imperative that students receive some sort of foundational skills before entering the actual first grade. Mandating kindergarten not only has positive social effects on children, but also has drastic positive effects on a student's education throughout elementary school and further into high school. With kindergarten already being the social norm, the new requirement should not be too shocking to the already inset structure of the school system. So with an increased access to technology, the digital revolution has provided new methodologies for education. These suggest that the provision of iPads or laptops to students could positively benefit literacy development within Georgia. This approach is premeditated on the understanding that digital literacy is now as fundamental as traditional literacy. Increased access to digital tools not only provides students with for future educational settings, but also equips them with the necessary skills that is now needed within the daily workforce. The digital fluency gained through regular use of these devices can complete traditional literacy, allowing students to navigate the vast information landscape of the 21st century. A public broadcast or public service announcement that articulates the importance of talking to and reading with your children at home will help highlight a necessary action that many parents unfortunately overlook. This message could be sent via television commercial, public broadcasting message, or just throughout parent-teacher conferences in the beginning or ending of the school year. This message would focus on educating parents on the benefits of talking to their children from birth, reading to them, and could provide educational resources such as television shows or apps for children to use that would benefit their education outside of home and in a way that engages technology. By encouraging parents and guardians to talk to and read to their children before formal schooling begins, the child will be exposed to a significant number of words and phrases that they otherwise would not have been. Focusing on providing education and resources to parents and guardians instead of shaming them and saying nothing really helps take away that stigma and provides a proactive response at the at-home important factor of literacy and reading to your children. And so with early intervention involves getting ahead of students who are struggling. By third grade, it is almost next to impossible for a student to retain reading abilities if they're not already a proficient reader. Successfully shifting to an emphasis on kindergarten retention as opposed to the already in place third grade retention would allow for students to reiterate foundational skills before advancing to the next grade. The Every Student Succeeds Act requires annual testing to begin in third grade, meaning that a student's reading abilities aren't properly tested until it's essentially too late for them to be caught, in order to make them a proficient reader. The most effective way to implement kindergarten retention successfully is to have a method of standardized testing to assess a student's reading abilities against a baseline after the completion of third grade in order to determine whether or not they're ready to move on to that next grade.
Okay, so as we know, this issue is basically a two-part issue. First, it begins with children ages birth through 4 at home. And what can we do to help those children at home before they even enter the schooling system? And then the second section of the issue is actually once they begin kindergarten or first grade, how can we help those students grow as a reader through literacy? So for our final recommendation regarding children's ages birth through 4 is to expand Georgia's pre-K program to include 3 and 4-year-olds, as well as to provide relevant material within pre-K classrooms. Currently, 73,000, only 54% of 4-year-olds attend Georgia's pre-K program. And there are also an additional 140,000 3-year-olds within the state with no access to this program. Therefore, we recommend that we allow access to Georgia's pre-K program for all 4-year-olds and expand the program to include all 3-year-olds as well. As we have emphasized throughout our research, literacy begins at birth, and it is absolutely vital to provide literary opportunities to children as early as possible. Another major issue with Georgia's current pre-K program is the wait list, where over 3,000 students were unable to attend the program in 2023 alone. The wait list should be revised and should ultimately be expanded to have the capacity to accept each child that applies within the program. According to the 2024 Georgia budget, $14 million were allocated for pre-K classroom operations. To account for our recommendation, an increase in the pre-K budget must occur. As we know, lack of access to early education and relevant literary material is a leading cause of illiteracy. Therefore, this budget increase should include basic literary and reading materials, such as books within the classrooms. Overall, this solution would significantly increase the amount of young children within Georgia that are prepared reading levels and proficiency upon entering kindergarten. So moving on to our final recommendation for children in grades K through 3. Basically, we recommend that we implement the current curriculum to change and focus on the science of reading, commonly known as structured literacy. These include phonological awareness, phonics and word recognition, fluency, vocabulary and oral language comprehension, as well as text comprehension. For the successful integration of a curriculum with a focus on the science of reading, it is absolutely vital that all K through 3 teachers be adequately trained regarding effective instructional techniques throughout professional development. Upon the completion of a professional development program or course, we recommend that teachers submit their results to gain a structured literacy certification within the state of Georgia. This would ensure that all K-3 teachers are well-trained and adequately qualified to teach the multiple characteristics regarding the science of reading. One major benefit to this solution is that it has been proven to be successful. As we addressed earlier within our presentation, Mississippi, amongst other states such as Tennessee and North Carolina, have seen substantial K-3 literacy percentage points increases over previous years with similar solutions. This recommendation addresses multiple main causes of low literacy amongst Georgia's K-3 students. Implementing the science of reading into Georgia's current K-3 curriculum is an absolute necessity to combat the issue of low literacy rates amongst young students throughout the state of Georgia.
And we really would like to thank you once again for allowing us the opportunity to present this. And I just wanted to let everyone know, we have each written a 50-page dissertation with all of our sources and all of the facts, and we'd be happy to share that with all of you guys. We've also turned it into a 10-page dissertation with notes and our sources, just so it has all the details and just for as a handout. So we'd love to share that with you guys, but thank you once again.
Well, thank you all so much, and we appreciate the research that helps us validate the things that we believe, but you help prove, and that's very important to us. So, thank you, and we're gonna move on. You guys go get some lunch, so if you want to, and go Jackets.
No, they're playing JSU.
Okay. We know one of the most important aspects of achieving our goals, and we've heard it already today, are the presence of literacy coaches. And we've got a dual presentation today from Amy Denty and Nick Philman. Nick, we're glad you joined us. Glad you're here. And then from our RISA folks, Julie Alligood and Richard Smith. So our RISA directors, a couple of our RISA directors that are doing a great job and have done so much lately on moving this around the state. Who's gonna, Amy and Nick, do you all want to go? Okay.
I'll jump in if necessary.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Philman, State Literacy Coaching Coordinator. And in addition to letting you know what is happening with the CSI-funded structured literacy coaches, my dual goal today is to be brief, which if you've heard me speak before, is not my biggest strength. I'm going to try. That's my goal. So I'm going to go past a few things that Amy mentioned earlier. Essentially, what we've broken this down to is 4 big question buckets. First, why were these structured literacy coaches created to begin with? Amy talked us through earlier the 4 out of the 5 major components of HB 538 that really deal with school-based instruction and learning. It is tempting to put the coaches only in that professional learning tab. In reality, the coaches deal with everything above that professional learning tab as well. So they are tasked with rolling out and supporting new implementation of materials, with training teachers on both administering the universal screeners and interpreting that data, and targeted interventions. It is very important to me that we remember that school-based literacy coaches do not only live at the tier 1 focus. They should focus their support of teachers across every tier in the school. Literally, the only component they are not tasked with yet is the teacher preparation tab, because that is, of course, higher ed. So we know the reason that the coaches were created was functionally to serve as that professional learning arm of the Early Literacy Act. These coaches in particular stepped into an existing school improvement process that allowed us to take advantage of existing federal funding for our CSI schools. And really, when you think about where the coaches live in this process, it's really those top 2 buckets of collaborative planning and instructional awareness. Those are 2 of the primary functions of a coach, right? So they're stepping into existing school improvement team dynamics, not taking over, not replacing anyone. They are just an additional added layer of support in each of the 60 schools where they now exist. So these coaches were placed in CSI schools that range the entirety of Georgia. Every blue county you see up there has at least one, and most of them, multiple coaches embedded in it now. In only one school that I know of among the 60 did a coach get created in a building that did not already have a coach, which was Talbot. She stepped into a school that has not had coaching in over 10 years. So aside from that one coach, they are all stepping into existing dynamics and then having to figure out where do they live relative to existing coaches in the building. So a little bit about who these people are. They're working across 22 different districts, 2 of the state schools, including an embedded coach at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, which is a brave new world that I'm exploring because as coaching coordinator, of course, my job is to support her with supporting her teachers. The DOE provided the job description to the districts, but these are district employees hired to work inside of the schools. So they are supported by DOE, but they are not DOE staff. We have a wide range of experience levels from first-year coaches right out of the classroom up to I have 3 14-year or more veterans, really diverse teaching backgrounds. Teachers were to be expected, coaches were to be expected. The fact that we had admins stepping into this coaching role really speaks to me about how invested people are in this and how important everybody really understands that this work is. The coaches were required to, of course, have IDA accredited literacy training stepping into the role, and you see their range of preparations there from letters to Cox Campus to the different endorsements. Also, this past week, I had the pleasure of spending 2 days with Growing Readers, and several of the new CSI structured literacy coaches also have received Growing Readers training in the past as well. So we are definitely homegrown in this effort, as well as their coaching training. We are not mandating a single coaching model for the entire state of Georgia. We all know that context really matters. We are pulling from student-focused coaching based on the work by Hasbrook and Mickle as our sort of common toolbox that we're pulling from, but we are by no means trying to supplant any existing coaching models that happen across the state. So what areas do these people provide coaching in? I always like to revisit this slide just as a reminder to everyone about how these terms play with each other, right? So the science of reading is the body of research. Structured literacy is the instruction based on that body of research. And then the foundational literacy skills are the what that teachers teach within that structured literacy environment. We were really specific in the fact that these coaches being named structured literacy coaches really reinforce that part of what they're tasked with is moving that needle from previous existing approaches and instruction over to structured literacy aligned with the science of research. We've all seen the reading rope, I'm sure. I always like to remind people, though, that every single one of those strands starts at exactly the same spot on the left. So it is not that we get our students really good at those bottom strands and then introduce the top strands to them. Every student receives instruction on every strand every single day. The proportion and what it looks like is what changes, but we do not wait until students are strong with one strand before addressing another. Same thing as a reminder for what these structured literacy coaches are tasked with supporting. They support the entirety of the reading rope plus writing, because we know how integral that connection of reading and writing is. There is a temptation to think that since they're labeled structured literacy coaches, that they only focus on that word recognition level. They are really tasked with supporting the totality of reading instruction inside the buildings where they serve. So we know what they do. How do they do it? Already talked about the fact that they are stepping into an existing school improvement dynamic. Also, a nice reminder, this was one of the big questions that came up from principals and superintendents as soon as we roll these positions out, is who do they report to? These are building-based employees who are hired and supported and evaluated and supervised by the district. I am by no means their supervisor. Essentially, what I like to think of myself as is the PLC leader and coach of these coaches. That really is our primary function. So they get evaluated by their principal. At the end of the day, principals make the call, of course, within the boundary, kind of the guardrails of structured literacy. One of my favorite go-to phrases is autonomy within guardrails, right? Structured literacy is that guardrail piece, but we know that the autonomy piece has to be there so their work can be really contextualized to the school that they are serving. We did provide some additional guidance on how these new coaches are different from, but also similar to other ELA might be specific to their role. The legislation that created their role is of course targeted to K-3. They are though allowed and encouraged to reach up into 4-5 as long as it doesn't come at the expense of K-3. Many of our schools are smaller and the majority of our elementary schools are K-5. I've seen firsthand the separation that starts to exist if you train 4-5 separate from K-3. So it's definitely preferable to have them involved all the way up to 5th grade. They should be completely teacher facing. This is one of the things that may make this coach different from how a building has used coaches in the past. There is a completely understandable temptation to take this really strong literacy trained person in your building and make them part coach, part interventionist. We all see the logic there, but what ends up happening is that the coaching part of it gets diluted over time because we know that student need part is going to just continue to grow until it starts to get better, right? So these coaches should be completely teacher facing. The only time they should be delivering instruction directly to students is either they are modeling for teachers or they are practicing something new for themselves. I'm a huge advocate of coaches creating a lab classroom where they can go in on a consistent basis and do some teaching away from the prying eyes of the people who are observing them, so that they can figure the things out, right? So those should be the only 2 times when they are really directly student facing. Obviously, their job is to connect that structured literacy theory that teachers would gain from LETRS or from the Literacy Academy or from Cox Campus. Anybody involved in any of those would say that the coaching piece is what makes it stick and it's what contextualizes it. We know that if teachers just receive training, it dissipates into the ether as time goes on. Coaching is really what's there to like make it stick and stay. We also provided additional guidance with them playing together with existing coaches in the building. You'll see a couple of different dynamics that we talked through. That's really a one-on-one type situation. So that's been a lot of the work that I have been doing with the coaches right here at the beginning is figuring out their role within their building and ironing out those details. As of this evening, I will have met with all 60 coaches one-on-one for our first check-in that will then happen on an ongoing basis. Another piece of how they are approaching their job, I'm not going to talk through all 6 of these. You all know how to read and you have access to it later on. But just wanted to point out kind of the big buckets. One-on-one coaching, huge part of coaching work, right? Whether that be a formal coaching cycle or just one-on-one conversational classroom time. Group PL, we know they deliver training. We also know that one of their big jobs will be supporting all of the various rollouts that Amy talked about earlier. Learning walks are a big piece of a coach's schedule to me, which is different. It's intentionally not labeled a classroom observation because even if you don't make it high stakes, a classroom observation is by its very nature evaluative. This learning walk is the time for the coach open-endedly to learn what is going on in the classroom and for the teachers to learn from them, right? We just want them in the room for an extended period of time, having their finger on the pulse of what's happening around their building. They also deserve collaborations and PL of their own. So time to collaborate with the principal, collaborate with other coaches, and to do their own PL. I'm a big believer that we expect coaches to be always a step ahead of their teachers. The only way they can do that is if they're engaged in constant professional learning of their own. And I am not comfortable tasking anyone with doing that outside of their contracted hours. So I definitely advise them to build that PL time into their existing schedule. Last big bucket up there is prep work because it is easy to underestimate the amount of time it takes a coach to both prepare for PL and all those other 5 buckets, as well as to reflect on it on the back end. So everything that lives inside a coach's schedule, to me, needs a prep time and a reflection time on the back end about how it is now going to affect the rest of their work with teachers. Who is going to be supporting them? It is my primary focus right now in my role with DOE to support this cadre of 60 coaches. We began this process back in June, outfacing, with preparing our district leaders across those 22 districts and 2 state schools with what this position get their kind of input and questions so we could plan ahead. We've had 2 days of onboarding training, both focused on structured literacy and that student-focused coaching model, the toolbox that I mentioned earlier. On an ongoing basis, I have check-ins every either week, bi-weekly, or monthly. I only have 4 of the coaches who are touching base monthly. There are veterans who are also working in schools that have an extensive other layers of support in their building. Most of them are landing weekly or bi-weekly that we are touching base on an ongoing basis. Quarterly, we are excited to get ready for our first regional PLC. So we took the 22 districts across the state, divided them into 4 regions because I love the RESA network. I could not do 16. I don't know how you all do it. Hats off to you. So we'll be doing 4 regional PLCs 4 times a year. So every quarter, we will bring together the coaches, their principals, and relevant regional and DOE staff to do some PLC work together. The only thing that is not on this slide, because it was most recently added responsively, is a weekly 1-hour PLC for the 60 coaches with a rotating focus. On a rotating basis, we will focus on structured literacy instruction itself, coaching moves, database problem solving, and curriculum and resource rollout. Those are optional, but the majority of the coaches will definitely attend. And of course, I am not the only person, thank goodness, tasked with supporting these people. We know they have multiple other layers. Their district supports, of course, each of them is stepping into districts that have existing really strong support. I already said they live inside of, or they were an outgrowth within the school improvement division, other DOE specialists. One of my big messages across all of the schools has been these new coaches need to be supported and involved with everything that any other literacy coach would be involved with. This is not a separate position that has been parachuted into the school from DOE. It is a school-based position in everything that means. Of course, they also have the additional RESA layers with both literacy and coaching staff that our RESA network friends will be discussing in just a minute, including Growing Readers. I know that is a really commonly known literacy initiative across the entire state. We are making sure that we are partnering with them in that work. In fact, we know that 12 of these 60 schools also have existing Growing Reader specialists working in that building. So a big part of the work is making sure that we coordinate all of those pieces. And then, of course, external partnerships. You've heard Rollins Center mentioned several times. Of course, the Deal Center is invaluable in this work. So I just like to remind people who all is tasked with supporting these coaches. Thank you all. Any questions?
Questions from the council members?
Yes.
Nick, thank you for doing this. I imagine you're not sleeping much these days.
It's almost like having a new baby. Like having adopted a 3-year-old myself, it feels really similar.
You spoke a little bit about the training that your 60 coaches received, and it appears that they came to you with a wide array of previous training in structured literacy and coaching. I'm wondering what is the plan and thinking about coach competencies and what that framework might look like and how we ensure that our coaches that are out there on the ground are in fact measuring up to a certain competency level.
Absolutely. So I have created a pre-assessment of background knowledge about structured literacy for these 60 coaches based on the outcome final exam from Cox Campus's work. So that gives me a gauge of where we're starting. And then we as a cohort, the 60 plus myself, are using the Georgia Literacy Academy as our common training ground, even if people are really hot, because we have several of these coaches who are like letters facilitator trained, not just educator trained. It's still important to me that we have something that is common across all 60 of us so that we can speak the same language. And then part of our one of those Fridays a month when we focus on structured literacy, we will start with the contents of the Georgia Literacy Academy module, but then find the connections over to the other training programs that are being used across the state so that we can all kind of have this crosswalk idea in mind. I've also explained to the coaches, it's important that they not only be trained in their own personal background and what their current school is using to train teachers, because we are not sure what the future holds. It is very likely that some of these coaches could end up different places in the state. So it's really important that they have a strong, like, multi-lens background in structured literacy. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you for.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you all.
Very good, presentation on federal literacy coaches that you're overseeing. And, so Julie and Richard, you were handed the ball, by, by the legislature, late in the session. And I want to thank you for the job that you have done, because I've seen some of what you're going to talk about already, but thank you for that. And tell us what's going on with the RESAs as far as the literacy coach program in in Georgia.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Johnson. And thank you, council, for having us here today to share some of what we've had going on. Yes, we got here a little late, but we're ready to go, and we've hit the ground running. This is kind of the work that we do each and every day. Julie made a comment several times that said, if you sit across from me, you'll ended up with a task to do. And yeah, I told her she's been planning this for 30 years, so I know her passion for this kind of work. So thank you. Let me start with this. There's been a few questions about where does all this fit together and all. You heard Amy talk to you about the Early Literacy Act and how that plays in. That's the what we've got to do. You've heard Nick talk about his work in these at-risk schools, the schools that are on some of the lists from a state. You've heard him talk about the training that's going on. Certainly the RESAs are involved in all the training, all the aspects, helping support our districts across there. But our main job with these coaches is that next step. It's the follow-up and implementation of the training going on in the classroom so that is actually making a difference for the kids. So we'll go through our presentation again. We'll be as brief as we can, and try to tell you a little bit about what we've done this summer and where we are and what our next steps are. So let me figure this out. I can't see it and look. All right, there we go. Annual report. One of the things that we were tasked with in the budget process this year was to present an annual report to the DOE about the work that we are doing, and then share that with all the state agencies, the Senate and the House, and the governor's office. The fact that we started this summer on this, we didn't have a lot of data to report, but we did pull together an annual report that showed of 182 systems reporting, this was all self-reported, systems and charter schools across the state, 31,000 teachers reported. These are K-3 teachers that reported. And of those 31, 52%, over half, have already met their science of reading requirement that is in House Bill 538. So this, with a year to go, and in the deadline for meeting that requirement, it looks like we are already over halfway. This data was current as of the end of May last year. Hey, other things that we saw in our report was the averages are much higher for kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teachers, where we labeled a category of what we called special category teachers or special content teachers. That doesn't just include special ed, but it's everybody outside the individual grade level classroom teachers. Those teachers are the ones that are falling behind. That level was about 25% that had already met that. Now, I say all that to say this. Many of them are in the Georgia Literacy Academy, which has started and it takes time. A lot of them probably completed that over the summer. We could probably get the Rollins Center to update us on how many have actually completed that to date. Others are involved in trainings like Letters or Orton Gillingham. Those are multi-year trainings or multi-month trainings that take more time. So we know that many of those are already in progress, and we will update these numbers as we go through the current year, and certainly with our annual report for next year. Our goal is to see that 100% have met that requirement when it comes time to the deadline. I believe, Ms. Nee, is July 1, okay, of 2025. So with that said, with a year to go, we're more than halfway to getting all our teachers completely not just trained, but having met the requirement that they have the training in science of reading. Okay. Our next part is our regional coach training, and I'll ask Dr. Alligood if she will come and talk with you just about that.
When I was sitting across from Mr. Smith and found myself in charge of this, I knew that I needed a team, right? So there are 4 executive directors who work together to kind of come up with a framework for getting these coaches hired and trained up and what that training would look like. And so we knew we would need a design team and we would need an implementation team because of the buy-in approach. And so that has worked beautifully. To get our design team going, each RESA director nominated a person from the RESA to actually work on that team. So we've got a good little group working to help design some training for our coaches. I'm going to say that we have already accomplished our first 3-day initial training. And of course, science of reading, structured literacy, foundational skills, which you've already heard, was the literacy focus of our training. And of course, our coaching training also is very important because we want these individuals to not only know, but demonstrate that they can coach. Our standards for our group are designed by our team, and they sprang forth from the 10 roles of coaches from Joellen Killian because we felt like that would be some good work to guide our coaches. We do have some micro-credentialing. We felt like it was very important for our coaches to demonstrate their abilities. And with our micro-credential, we have 2 parts to that. One part is the literacy component. They had to demonstrate some knowledge on science of reading, structured literacy, and foundational skills, and that is in the form of a test. And part 2 is a demonstration portion where they actually have to submit a video of coaching, and those are due by around, I think, the 1st of October, so that all of our coaches will be micro-credentialed with the Let's Read Georgia Network. So we're super excited about that. I mentioned the standards, the 10 standards, and we have a handbook with those standards. All the coaches have to complete a self-assessment to determine where they are in regards to those standards. They have to set 2 goals with action steps. And so we're super proud of that work. They'll be reviewing that not only with their executive director, but at our first quarterly meeting in October. So we're real excited that the work is going to be theirs, but they are all ground in some common understanding with the 10 roles of coaching. We have monthly roundtable meetings that are virtual, and we have quarterly face-to-face meetings that will sort of take place dispersed across the state as much as possible. So I think that kind of wraps that up.
And that, in addition to that, each RESA has a team of coaches that they're working with, and they're meeting on a regular basis. I know my group in First District, we have 5 people involved in this work, and they meet, I would almost say every day in some capacity. I see Miss Alexander in the back, and she's smiling at me. I think they spend a lot of time together. She is one of our coaches in First District that's involved in this work. So they are spending a lot of time together. You heard mention of the PLC concept. I think this is a team of PLCs across the state that come together and have one big PLC, at least quarterly, and then monthly we do that virtually. This is a very talented group of individuals that has been put together. One of the other components that we have beyond the coaching role is the school level literacy leads. This is a process by which each elementary school that represents grades kindergarten through third grade in some manner. What we found is that there are a lot of K-5 schools. There are a lot of K-2 primary and then 3-5 schools also. But in addition to that, you have some K-8 schools still across the state. I have one in my district that is a K-1 school. It's a pre-K, kindergarten, first grade. So anybody that houses or touches any kid and any student in kindergarten, first, second, or third grade, they are eligible to have what is called a school literacy lead in their school. The General Assembly provided a $1,000 supplement for these people. In creating this position and working with the individual districts, what we found was that this needed to be district specific. Ms. Goldman from Savannah Chatham is here, and she and I have had multiple conversations about what that's going to look like in Savannah Chatham. And quite frankly, the approach we're taking statewide is that one size fits one, and that each group needs to, each district needs to know how this is going to fit best in their district. A district the size of Savannah Chatham with 30 some odd elementary schools, they need to make sure that the same message is going out and that everybody's hearing everything the same way. So we've worked with them to identify how we're going to roll that out, how we're going to message that. You get to a school like McIntosh County, they have one elementary school. Okay, so it's going to look a lot different in those cases than it will there. The requirements that we put on that was approved by the Literacy Council was that these people be building level employees, that they could be a classroom teacher, they could be a coach, they could be an administrator, but they serve the purpose of being the point of contact for our regional literacy coaches in that school, and that they help us to disseminate information and to gather data as needed. One of the first things we heard back from some of our districts is okay, well, what kind of data are they going to be collecting? I don't know if I just want to get, one of the things that we have ensured across the RESA network is that we're going to make sure that that district knows the data that's being collected before we ask those school level people to send us anything that may be sensitive, that may not be, that person may or may not need to be sharing directly from them. We all have district level contacts that we communicate with. If the district says everything must go through Ms. Denty and in her role as they're the district, then that's how we communicate with them, and they communicate out with the school level literacy coaches. The main job that we're telling these school level literacy leads is that they need to be champions in their building for literacy and for kids being more proficient to read. In looking at our regional coaches, I have provided you at your table, and if you did not get one, if you'll let me know, we'll see what we're considering a profile of the literacy coaches that have been hired by the 16 RESAs through the RESA network and this regional work that we're doing. There are, at present, there are 70 people from the RESA network involved in this program. They may be an actual regional literacy coach. They may be on the design team that Dr. Alligood mentioned, or they may be on the implementation team. The design team was tasked with putting the work together for the training of what this is going to look like, and our implementation team is tasked with making sure that this is carried out, that we are using implementation science, and we're putting something into play. Of those 70 people, and some of this is duplicate, 14 are full-time literacy coaches that are funded completely by the literacy allocation from the state legislature. 25 are part-time coaches that are fully funded by the legislature's allocation. Those are retired educators who are serving individual systems, or in some cases, maybe one or two systems directly. They're educators with vast amounts of experience coming back to work to help younger teachers in those roles. We have 16 coaches that are partially funded by the regional literacy allocation from the General Assembly, but they have other responsibilities inside the RESA network. In my case, one of my coaches also works as a growing reader specialist, and their work marries up. Now, we're not taking math consultants and giving them, finding a way to pay for some literacy coaching with them. We're making sure that these are people that are qualified to be in those roles. We had a common job description that we used across the state when these positions were filled, and they are experts in the areas of literacy and English language arts and early childhood education. We also have 16 individuals that are funded outside of the state legislature's allocation that are working as either a literacy coach, a design team member, or an implementation team member. These are RESA employees who are funded through some kind of RESA local funding mechanism that are also working in this work or taking part in this regional coach work. Sometimes it's just a good fit. I have one individual in First District that is, she's an ELA specialist. She is an early childhood expert, and she is a science of reading guru. And that is her job. And she works in that, and she actually leads our team in that. So we're taking advantage of the funding that we were provided, but we're also stretching everything else that we've got. I talk about First District because that's my experience. I'm sure we have Dr. Shana Downs here with us from West Georgia and Dr. Jason Miller here from Southwest Georgia. They could come up and they could share the same type stories from their RESAs as well as any of the 16 of us could. Our average experience for these people, they have almost 30 years experience, 29.6 years of educational experience, ranging from, we have one individual who was a classroom teacher for 13 years, up to an individual has 45 years experience in education. 94% of them have 20 plus years experience, and over half have 30 plus years experience. In the experience by job role, 84% have been elementary teachers. 57% have served as reading specialists or literacy coaches in some capacity. 50% have held the role of instructional coach. We've had almost a quarter of our coaches that have served in a role as a principal, 23% of them being elementary principals. We have a quarter of them who have served at the district in various roles, such as we have a superintendent that works in one of these roles. We have assistant superintendents, assistant principals, school improvement specialists, and even higher education leaders that are working in some of these roles. In their training, reading specialist certification, there's 21% that have that. Letters certification, 32%. Horton Gillingham certification is 27. Georgia Literacy Academy certification is 48. Reading endorsement, 34%. Dyslexia endorsement, 23%. A coaching endorsement, 32%. Leadership certification, 61%. Elementary education certification, 86%. 86% of our coaches are certified in elementary education. And of those 70 people, 84% have already met their requirement for House Bill 538. And I would almost be tempted to say that every last one of them is either completed by now or is in the process. So that was one of the requirements that they had to be in here. Many other trainings, we have letters facilitators, we have teacher support specialists, we have growing reader specialists, we have teachers or coaches trained in Wilson language systems. We've had GLSSI trained in individuals, ESOL trained individuals, special ed certification, gifted certification, and the list goes on. You can read those there. I won't complete those, but we were very, very targeted in trying to hire these individuals. As Chairman Johnson said, we got a little bit of a late start, and it was after the council approved our plan and our funding mechanism. in early June that we were able to start hiring. I would venture to say that may be the reason we hired a lot of retired educators, people that could come to work now. One of the things that we said as a RESA network that we did not want to cannibalize our systems and their classroom teachers that late in the game. We didn't want to go and start pulling people out of classrooms in June and July. Two of my superintendents are here today. You heard from them earlier. I don't think Dr. Longer would have been very happy with me if I'd have tried to pull his best elementary teacher out of his classroom that late in the game, or at all, probably for that matter. So, but anyway, we're very deliberate in who we hired, how we hired them, and then we went to work training them. I say we, I mean Dr. Allie Good and her team. They have done a fantastic job in putting this training together and creating a real team atmosphere with this group. Any of you that were with us in Warner Robins back in late July, you saw the enthusiasm and the commitment that group has. Dr. Alligan.
Thank you. Ms. Berman, do you have a question?
How'd you know I had a question?
Like,
Just lets
yeah,
it look
please.
like. So Richard, I want to thank you and Nick for your presentation and all of y'all. Y'all been busy. And I think you're bringing to the table the resources that are so necessary. So my question for me is a little complicated, and I want to make sure, well, I can put it this way. If I'm a classroom teacher and I go and start taking the training, say letters or all the other components, when I go back to my classroom, I'm going to want somebody to come and observe me. And I'm saying it in that positive way because I want it to be a growth thing, not punitive. I don't want somebody to come observe me so they can tell me that I got to go back and be in remedial letters class or whatever. If I'm the classroom teacher and I'm conscientious about all this training you're sending me to, what's my competency level and who's going to help me achieve it? What's the plan for the RESAs and for the DOE? What's the plan to come and see how I'm actually implementing this? And I don't know, I don't know any teachers that would not come back and implement it, but I know plenty of us that would be hesitant at first, or you're teaching me a whole new way to talk about words or word study or whatever it is. I got to have some support back in my classroom. And then I know this is a complicated question. The other piece of this is I got to know that my principal and my superintendent understand what I'm doing in that classroom. I know in our school system, Dr. Ford schedules times that he comes to the school and he goes around with the principal and the leadership team at the school, because we have a reading block and they expect to see these components, but they also know and understand them. Maybe you've taught me something and I'm implementing it. I'm sorry, this is a long question. I'm implementing it in my class. Maybe it's noisy and maybe it's chaotic or to the untrained eye, it might be chaotic. But I got to have confidence as a teacher that when you're coming in there, you know what I'm doing. And then I got to have confidence that I know what I'm doing, that I'm doing it the right way. Because it's a lot.
let me first say this, then I want Dr. Alligood to address a few more of the specifics. And I think, Nick, you mentioned this, we're not evaluating anybody. We're your friend. Okay, we get to come and we get to help and we get to talk, have those honest conversations about what's working, what's not working, how do we fix it? And then I don't have any bearing as a regional coach on your evaluation at the end of the day. That's all done by the school level, by Dr. Ford and his principals, Dr. Price and her principals and her leadership team. So we get to bring, it's almost like being the uncle. We get to come in and have the fun stuff and talk with you about the real work, about what's going on, and help you get better about that, and not let you be worried about, are we going to give you a bad evaluation on our time that we're there? So, very good.
That's one of the 10 roles of coaching, and I know that was one of the pieces that Nick mentioned. That's a huge piece that we're going to be providing. And not only that, our RESA regional coaches that go into schools, we're sort of training the trainer model. You know, we're really working with the instructional coaches that are already there, the lead teachers that are there, so that we can kind of multiply our influence, you might say, because it is going to take more than one coach in a region. It's going to take more than 2 coaches in a region. It's going to take more than 1 in a CSI school. I mean, it's going to take a lot of people providing that support to those teachers. And I think too, we've got to really intentionally give teachers permission to try new things. We've got to give them permission to want to try new things and not be a little afraid to try new things. And I think that's I think that was probably some of the impetus behind having some coaches. That is the role of coach. It is to support, and it's to build relationships. And our work that we've been doing with our RESA regional coaches, we have this little peach, and we should have probably put it in the slideshow, but we've got this little peach framework. And in our little peach framework, there's this little seed in the middle that says change. And we have it as green because change is about growing. It's about growing just a little bit more every day. And it's about having the courage to do that, right? But it is a little scary. And around that little piece of change, that little seed, we've got things like questioning. We as coaches, we've got to be able to ask the right questions. We've got to listen. We've got to help people reflect so that it's okay for them to maybe miss the mark a little bit sometimes, but to be a little bit better tomorrow than we were today. So those kinds of pieces are around our peach, but the most important thing about our peach is around the outside. And that's where we have inspiration and motivation. Folks, people are leaving our profession right and left, and it is the best profession in the whole wide world. You know, where can you make such a difference for students and children? But I think at the end of the day, teachers get tired because it doesn't matter sometimes how many times we say good job, because if we ever give certain feedback when they're tired or they're worn out, they're not going to hear it. They're not going to hear just the good stuff. They're going to say, I missed the mark again. But missing the mark is okay, right? Because we're growing and we're changing just a little bit every day. So I think that all those pieces come along with classroom supporter, to get back to that, Ms. Dale. And I think that that's part of, we've got to create that culture. We've got to get the culture for coaching growing in the state of Georgia. And I think this was a good first step for all of us.
Thank you.
May I leave with the, okay, you're gonna hit that?
No.
Ms. Burns, did that?
Can you hit it?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
You'll tell them about it.
Okay. We're going to leave you with probably some fun. We really tried to model the excitement and the motivation piece in our training. And if you see some of the regional coaches, I can promise you they're going to be some of the most excited people that you come about. I want you teachers on this council to report back to me and let me know just how excited they are. But they are an excited group, and they are ready to get to work because they know the kind of teachers that we have in the state of Georgia. And they know that we can be a little better tomorrow than we were today. But we put together this song. One of our design team members was very creative, and she said, I think we need an alma mater. And I said, well, I think we need an alma mater too.
That song is so good. I want to want you to close with it, but Gary.
Thank you. I have a quick question.
Okay.
And, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and Nick, thank you also. You're doing a lot of work. How do you know it's going to matter, and what about the work is going to make the difference? And I ask this question because in our strategic planning this last week, we were challenged to think about the research we need to do as part of any initiative to understand our process. I heard implementation science used, so we can study how it is implemented and how we might revise the implementation to better meet the needs. But when we position a coaching model that is individualized to communities, we run the risk of not understanding what coaches are doing in the process of coaching, how they're spending their time, and what supports in particular they're doing, whether it's modeling, maybe it's conferencing, maybe it's some evaluative feedback, that will help us really understand how you scale something like this. Because we know these coaches are going to do incredible work, but it's a long reach to everyday classrooms. And so I would just encourage you as you're doing this work to be thinking about what data are you collecting along the way and what data need to be collected that we can look at and point to as evidence of effectiveness and evidence of how we need to tweak and change and modify to continue to grow and support teachers and schools. And thank you again for your work.
Okay. To that point, we do have a data collection tool. It is grounded in the 10 roles of coaching also. And so we're capturing that kind of data as we
Great,
go along.
great.
Also, the law pretty much said, and I think this was in Amy Denty's presentation earlier, there are 3 things that coaches are supposed to be doing: professional learning, demonstrating lessons, and giving feedback.
Yeah,
Of
great.
course, those are all wound into our 10 roles. So we hope that we have some good data collected in a quantitative fashion. And also, we're really trying to, right now, our implementation team is working on ways that we can get some qualitative data too, because that's such rich information from teachers, you know, and so we're working on that piece. But we got the quantitative piece down, but we're still working on the qualitative piece. But that's a very good point. Thank you. All right, so
Nick, you got the last comment here. Any question?
I was just going to tag on to the principal aspect of everything. One of the key pieces with the CSI structured literacy coaches is that the coach principal pair attends all of our trainings and check-ins along with the coach. I would also say from my time in Marietta City that the fact that we trained at the top first was one of the biggest key differentiators to our work in my career as an educator. And we cannot task our principals with evaluating and supporting pieces that they don't understand. I was very encouraged to see at Gale and upcoming GASIS specific structured literacy sessions, training our leaders on what structured literacy should look.
Amen. That's well stated. And thank you. Thank you all. Hit it with the close.
all right, this is the best part.
There's orchards where the peaches blow so sweet. We nurture young minds. Every day's a treat. With the science of reading, like seeds we sow, helping teachers guide the students as they grow. Let's read Georgia peaches when knowledge takes flight. Simple view of reading sheds a guiding light. With word recognition and comprehension clear, still readers in Georgia's classrooms appear. Proper guides us, leaving knowledge bright. The brain's working wonders, making reading right. What the graphic method, Romans in an array. We connect the graphing, the light of the way. Let's read Georgia peaches where knowledge takes flight. Simple view of reading sheds a guiding light. With word recognition and comprehension clear, still readers in Georgia's classrooms appear. With it systematic, instructions are creed. We phonology and phonics. We plant each vital seed. From morphology to syntax, vocabulary we tend. Our teachers are the gardeners on whom we all depend. Let's read Georgia Peaches when knowledge takes flight. Simple view of reading sheds a guiding light. With word recognition and comprehension clear, still readers in Georgia's classrooms appear. Together we inspire, together we achieve. In the fields of learning, we deeply believe. Let's read Georgia Peaches, let the future unfold. Still readers, if the story will be told.
I will say Barbara Coleman is responsible for the words of that. And Daniel Rivera, the technology specialist at First District, created the voice and the music instrumentation with AI. So thank y'all. Thank you.
Very brief. All right. Anybody stand up? I'm going to just lickety-split fill you guys in on what's been happening since Senate Bill 464 was passed in March. Amy Denty oriented you guys to that just a little bit, indicating that up to 5 universal reading screeners will be with one being provided free of charge, would be selected for the state. Along with Amy and Jennifer Lindstrom, and with significant input from our own president here, Georgia College President Cox, I prepared a proposal to conduct this work. On June 7th, the Executive Committee of the Literacy Council approved the proposal. And from there, per our proposal, we set out to establish the Literacy Screener Advisory Group. We created an application process. Invitations were sent out to individuals across the state who had been recommended to serve based on their qualifications and experience. And in addition to that, in collaboration with my friend here on the council, Stan DeJarnett, state board members were strongly encouraged to recommend individuals from their region with relevant expertise to apply. We received 37 applications, and when the 3 of us sat down after we had independently ranked them, we basically had near perfect consensus on who should join the group. We selected 15 individuals from across the state representing 12 of our 14 congressional districts. The responsibilities of this group are to prepare screener review criteria, establish timelines and procedures for screener submission, conduct an RFI process, review submitted screeners, and provide recommendations and report them to the state board and this body by November 11th-ish. We're going to work real hard to try to meet that goal. The group met here at Georgia College last Monday. We crafted the request for information and all relevant application details. We also prepared a rigorous screener review criteria. In alignment with the timeline that we established, the RFI, if it hasn't already, will go live on Georgia Procurement website this Wednesday. We will receive screener submissions until October 8th, and the advisory group will convene on October 29th to decide on our recommendations and draft our report to the State Board and Executive Committee of the Literacy Council. And again, we aim to submit those recommendations on or before November 11th.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that update. Very well done. Sarah Richards.
Try to jog it in here. Good afternoon. If you need to stand up, I am not offended because it's been a long day, so please feel free. Very quickly, I just want to give a update on the Georgia Literacy Plan that we are getting started, as well as what's been going on with our working groups. So we have 4 council working groups that hopefully you are aware of. We have some amazing leaders, and there's been some great work going on in the working groups. So first of all, thank you so much to everybody who has participated in our working groups this year, not just council members, but outside the council. We really appreciate all the time and effort that you've put into thinking through these. Thank you to our excellent leaders, Commissioner Amy Jacobs with the support of Deputy Commissioner Susan Adams. Thank you to our Director of Literacy, Amy Denty, to Assistant Commissioner Kiana Good, to Vice Chancellor Dana Nichols, who's joined us on our Educator Prep Working Group. So you could see the 4 populations that we have been examining over the course of this year. Even though I have recently joined, I know that they have really been exploring what needs to be done, and they've been thinking about goal setting. They've been thinking about how to prioritize those goals, how to get into depth with each of those pieces. Couple things I do want to point out. Within Amy's K-3 working group, they've also had Dr. Gary McGibney looking into some hearing and vision screening. They have a subcommittee on hearing and vision, which is going to, I feel, be an important piece to examine in terms of impact on reading. So that's something that's been brought about. Another piece that's going on is we have been discussing the possibility of adding a leadership working group. So with all this discussion that's been had around school leaders and their importance, that's another piece we really want to explore, is how are we specifically looking at leadership in the implementation of these pieces. So as far as all of that, one of the things I feel is very important coming into this role is ensuring that we're all on the same page, that we are moving in the same direction. So I always love that we have all the right people on the bus analogy, because look at this room. I mean, boy, do we have the right people on the bus. So, but our bus is already moving down the road very quickly at very high speeds. And so we need to give it the GPS piece. We need to give it direction and where it's going. So that's how I see this work in the strategic planning, is to think about where are we going? How exactly are we getting there? What kind of gas are we putting in? If you want to go with the analogy, but you know what I mean, as far as really what does success look like? How are we measuring it? Those are the pieces we talked about in our first meeting. And we had, I hope you felt, but the feedback was that we had an extremely productive first meeting with the strategic team. And I hope we'll have even more participation at our next ones. So we do have a little draft of a start to a goal, and we're looking at NAEP because it is our comparison to other states. When we're thinking about this NAEP goal, of course, we want to look at, we want to lead the nation in terms of literacy as far as make Georgia at the forefront. And so we're going to be doing that in a number of ways, but we really need to work together to figure out how. And we know that while NAEP, that is just one measure, and just like we've been talking about all day, that we have to align our other measures to reach that. So I hope that we will come together as a team to talk about how to get there. So this is where we're headed with all the strategic planning piece of things. So we are going to continue to think about prioritizing our goals, aligning our goals, and that's all the way from birth to adult. So we know reading begins at birth. We need to start there, think about our early childhood piece, all of those populations and how we're aligning those goals to make sure everyone is where they need to be. The second piece is once we get a draft going of a statewide literacy plan, and you can, I do plan to share with the council some examples of other states' literacy plans that many states already have their plans out and published. So we're going to take a look at those and see where we want ours to look like as a draft. And then we are going to actually thank you to Vice Chancellor Nichols for connecting me with the university community, because they are going to support us in the research to support our plan. So I'm really excited about that piece, because we can't just make a plan without knowing that it is evidence-based, research-based, that we want to make sure that we are at the forefront of research to support that. So that is another piece that will take place after we get a draft going. So these are upcoming sessions. The first one, because it's so soon, we are going to actually start just with our leads. Our working group leads are going to meet only for that first one on Zoom. But the other three, two of them being in person, please, I would encourage all council members to join us if possible. We would love to have you. We really want all voices to participate. We had some really rich dialogue at the last session. So thank you to all those of you who already participated. And I really just look forward to our continued collaboration. We have great work being done, and I know we're headed in the right direction. And thank you for allowing me to join all of you.
Thank you, Sarah. And I want to recognize and thank Dr. Paige Pullen, who is, I said earlier, who is with us here today, who helped craft the plan for the state of Florida, a leader in literacy in the nation. So, so thank you. You've been an important part of facilitating this plan, and I know you'll continue to do that. So I just want to say I appreciate it. Thank you, Sarah. Irene's going to talk about Georgia Reads Day.
Okay, your coach, Malcolm Mitchell, sent me here today, so I need all of you guys to pull out your playbook. So everybody pick this great thing up. I want to see it. And just guess what, council members, you're on his team, but so is everybody else in the audience. So pick up the playbook. Let me call attention to some very specific dates, as well as some specific partners that we are really thrilled to have with us. So partner number one is the Georgia Municipal Association. They've been doing literacy work for about 4 or 5 years. So we've joined with Georgia Reads, and we believe mayors are in a unique position to continue to make awareness in communities, as well as help us develop community partnerships to join with all these other great community partnerships. If you are on the council, if you will pick up this piece of paper and see the regional meetings that Georgia Municipal Association is doing across our state, and you would like to join your chair at that meeting and do a presentation as it relates to the literacy issues, our facts, our data, as well as to encourage community work, please let us know that you would like to join your chairman. So now let's move on to the next important date, September the 30th. Your governor has declared Georgia Reads Day is September 30th, and we are excited that your Georgia Reads coach will be hosting a live stream broadcast from the Football Hall of Fame at 10 a.m. Malcolm will be doing a reading rally for 3rd grade students from Atlanta Public Schools, but live streamed across our state. We are thankful to our libraries who will be live streaming from every library across our state. We are thankful for Paige, our professional educators who are pushing out to the 93,000 members and encouraging them to join right from their classrooms right at 10 a.m. Malcolm will do a direct literacy message to all citizens across our state, and then turn and do the wonderful elementary age reading rally. We hope you guys will join us for that. And if you are going to be dressed properly for September 30th, you better have on one of these t-shirts. So buy your shirt. You need to go to GeorgiaReads.org. For a lot of you guys, Dana, who have already purchased your shirt, I found out that none of those are going to be shipped until this initial wave of orders come in. So on September 30th is the last day to order to have your shirt ready by September 30th, that you'll get your shirt. So order your shirt today at the reduced cost of $20. This will come to you, and we want all of you guys in that Georgia Reads t-shirt. So that, and also, if you are not getting information about Georgia Reads Day and all of the work of the council, go to that QR code on your playbook
and make sure you sign up. That takes you to the georgiareads.org website. Right now, that is a landing page. That landing page, you can sign up, you can get all the information. On September the 15th, that website will go live and it will have the Georgia Reads application. So if you are another wonderful community partner out there like L4GA, CLCPs, our Get Georgia Reading, Family Connections, if you've been doing community work for at least 3 years and you have at least 2 different partners, we sure hope you will apply for your community to be awarded the Georgia Reads Award. So you've got all that information there, and that application goes live also on September 30th. And then one last thing in your playbook, your coach wants to make sure that students all across Georgia, elementary, middle, and high school, compete for the Read Bowl Championship. So there is the Share the Magic Foundation does free virtual reading challenges for students across Georgia, really across the world, just honestly. But we are going to be competing in Georgia, and the winners, elementary, middle, and high school, those winners are going to be acknowledged at the Capitol in February with our legislative leaders. So we are excited about all of that. And one last direction from your Georgia Reads coach is follow us on those social media platforms. If you've not done that, please send that out to all of your networks, and let's all follow Georgia Reads. And one last thing as it relates to Georgia Reads campaign, let me give a big shout out to Kiana Good. She was on the call virtually before. She is the leader of our working group. And really, the Georgia Reads campaign recognizes the activities and desires of that working group as we really try to support communities across our state and let them assist us in making sure that our all students, well, birth all the way to adult, are reading. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's it for Georgia Reads Day.
Thank you, Irene. That's awesome. Thank you. We know nobody can do it like Malcolm Mitchell. And we're looking forward to September 30th and just promoting what we know is this great cause of literacy around our state, and excited about it. And, you know, hey, and your students, well, you know, they're going to get excited about this Georgia Bulldog NFL star, talking to them about his experience and about what this can mean to them. So in wrapping up, and by the way, there is a Facebook page, an Instagram page, and be sure if you're on any of those platforms, be sure to tell your friends about it. Say, hey, go like my page, which is your page, which is Georgia Reads. We did initiate a brief public comment period. If there are 2, and we're wrapping up, y'all. So I promise you. So we're going to put the period on this thing. But is Sucheta Kamai? Yeah, there you are, and Representative Lisa Campbell. Would you all come up and we got just a brief moment to hear from you, and then followed by Felice Atkinson. Is that correct?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, senators, and some of my amazing leaders in education. So my name is Sucheta Kamath, and I am the expert in executive function. This is the science of learning how to learn. And as we think about outcomes for children, we have some very, very specific trends in neuroscience and cognitive retraining that talks about gains that we are making in children's ability to regulate learning. So I thought if you give me a brief moment to describe in what ways this science can be embedded as we think about literacy outcome for all children. So number one is executive function is the brain's capacity to regulate thoughts, emotions, actions, to produce behaviors so that we can achieve goals that are important to us, that we have created for self. So one of the key ways we understand in connection to literacy is goal-directed persistence. So child's ability to read, make meaning, understand information so that you build knowledge is connected with a very specific set of cognitive abilities called executive function. The second piece, there are three components that impact that literacy outcome is number one is inhibition. Inhibition is that ability to manage attention. So when we think about attention is paying attention to information as you're learning, but knowing that you became distracted to redirect attention back to learning. These are abilities that are not necessarily we are teaching specifically because this science is new and we thought children are doing that by themselves. What we are noticing in last 11 years, simply put, since the personal technology has come, that children's ability to regulate attention is hugely disrupted. So we now, as a nation, are facing this challenge to think what we do about that inability to pay attention, knowing what to pay attention to, and making sure you notice that you stop paying attention to what matters. So this is called executive function and executive attention. The second piece that is very critical to literacy development is working memory. This is your ability, it's a mental parking lot in which you allow the cars to come in and have a spot for each car. So there is a saturation process in working memory or bottleneck. That means if the cars were already parked, new cars cannot come in. So a child coming with a background of trauma, coming background of hunger, coming with the background of lack of knowledge, cannot process information in the working memory in spite of having very high intelligence. So we have a crisis that children who are smart but underachieving because of their executive function failure. The third piece is in cognitive flexibility. This, to me, is the highest form of higher order thinking ability. That means as I'm reading, understanding, and building knowledge, I need to actually do something called discarding an idea and replacing with the new idea as my knowledge expands. But this quickness with which you shift, adapt, and adjust your thought process requires mental agility, emotional agility, and affective agility. That means social understanding of knowledge. Now, if children, again, you can be intelligent and have executive dysfunction. You can have developmental barriers and have executive dysfunction. So lastly, I wanted to say that as we think about testing, there is a concept of distal versus proximal learning. That means proximal is we are testing children at the point of knowledge gathering, and they may do well. But all the benchmark testing that we are doing, that is called proximal. That means if you learn about Vietnam War, and then you're asked questions on a final test about all wars, you're going to have difficulty in generalizing. And this may look like a reading failure, but it is actually executive function failure. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. We appreciate the time you took to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Campbell from Kennesaw.
That's right. Thank you so much. I'm Lisa Campbell. I'm the State House rep for House District 35, which is Kennesaw, a little bit of Ackworth, and soon to be some of Marietta. So thank KSU, School of Education, lots of fans here. Thank you, Chairman Scott Johnson and First Lady of the Georgia House, Dale Burns, council members, and my dear colleagues who are here today, as well as Mr. Cardoza of the DOE. But most importantly, I want to thank all of our educators who are here today, who do this hard work all day, every day. Thank you for your commitment. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to affirm and maybe repeat some of the things very top level that I heard that I'm excited about, but I think we need some additional follow-up on. So I'm just suggesting this as we continue on our way. Early learning and childcare. I would very much like to see us include a strategic plan. I know there's been tremendous amount work done here in the past, but to revitalize that work, there is a tremendous gap right now in our funding and our resources in terms of what we are doing at the state level for 0 to 3. I would love to see us change that. We heard several times today that this is one of the biggest barriers to achieving our goals. And we really need to make sure that we're helping our families and our childcare providers get the quality care they need. This past session, I introduced a bill that would fund, it was Georgia Children's First Trust Fund. I would love to collaborate with many of you or any of you in this room to figure out how we can continue to expand that agenda. Heard so many good ideas today from you, Dr. Price, about Montessori at your district level and helping in that category. Also, Mr. Yancey, childcare at the schools for our teachers. Those are two ideas that could be replicated across the state. How do we make that happen? I also heard us addressing symptoms of poverty. Poverty, poverty, poverty. If we address healthcare, vision, dental, food, we are more than halfway there to addressing literacy. This past session, one of my colleagues, Representative Phil Lallier, introduced a bill, and I heard others today talk about support for addressing the lacking poverty weight that we do not have in QBE. We are one of only 9 states that does not have this equitable funding for our students, and we are seeing the catastrophic effect of that in our literacy scores and all of our educational outcomes today. We can do this. Let's bring that back. Funding for curriculum and technology, funding for our teachers' salaries. I heard several times again today, how can we ask them to do more? They're leaving. I'm so pleased that we have increased professional salaries, but we need to be doing more. We need to be helping them do the things that they know that they can do. I love the song. We could also use a little more funding for arts. And Chairman Scott, you opened this meeting by saying that we can solve these issues. And I just want to reiterate that. In Georgia, we have the finances, we have the resources, we have the talent, we have the expertise. We can be number 1 for our students in literacy and across the board. We're just lacking one thing right now at the legislative level and across the board is the will. I know everyone in this room and watching online wants this. We can achieve these goals. We just need the will to make it happen. Thank you so much for allowing us to share.
Thank you. And Ms. Atkinson, I understand, is a
Hi,
teacher.
my name is Felice Atkinson. I'm a teacher. I live in Johns Creek, Georgia. I'm a doctoral candidate at Brenau University, and guess what? My major is dyslexia. I've been teaching for 30 years. I've had a lot of accolades. I was National Special Ed Teacher of the Year several years ago and County Teacher of the Year 2 different times. First of all, as a personal member of society here, I want to thank everybody. Thank you, because what you are doing is you are elevating the level of society by what you're doing. I started teaching long ago, long ago, when we had to go in mental institutes, insane asylums, those kind of facilities, and work with children. That's how I started teaching. I took little babies who were hydrocephalic, and we took them out of cages, metal cages, and we held them and we rocked them. That was what was happening in the 70s. Boom, look where we are now. Every single one of those children are in public school. We are here today because we say, not only are we helping those severe kids, let's help every child. Thank you. Thank you so much for realizing this is a dream come true. And we as a society, I'm in a classroom teacher, you don't have microphones. We as a society are improving every single member. We are doing this right now. You are doing this right now, so thank you. I have one comment about poor people. When I was in the University of Dayton, the poverty rate level was 100%. So the University of Dayton and Kroger's partnered with Dayton Public Schools. The way they got the kids to school every day is that if your child went to school every day, at the end of the month, Kroger's would have a goodie bag for parents. Those parents drag their kids to school and they got, you know, those gallons of peanut butter? I mean, you know, but if you're a poor family, 1 gallon of peanut butter, that's gonna get you a couple of sandwiches. They came to school every month, every single month. Those parents would drag those kids kicking and screaming. We would laugh, but they all got food. It was, and you didn't have to do anything. Didn't cost the teachers, the parents any money, but how wonderful it was. You know, the Cuba Gooding show, he said, show me the money. What was the money to Mama? Mama needed food. It doesn't cost us a thing. Maybe with, I don't know how all this committee stuff works, I'm just a teacher. Maybe we can collaborate with some grocery stores. Maybe we can get a couple of loaves of bread, maybe a couple of gallons of milk, and give it to these families for the especially struggling students. As far as what do, I teach special ed. I'm going to tell you why I sound a little weird is because I just had jaw surgery 4 weeks ago. A student punched me in the jaw and broke it.
My goodness.
But what do? I come back the next day.
Thank you.
Why?
you.
Because this is what we do. The students in my classroom increase their reading every year between 2 and 5 years, every year. Why? I am looking at the dyslexic students and the sight word reading students. I can differentiate. I can give the sight word students what they need and the dyslexic students what they need. How many parents out there wouldn't be pleased as punch as their child increased their reading 2 years in 1 year?
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. I want to thank you for what you do. And we appreciate you coming with your comments today and thinking of us to do that. And, you know, we're all here for the kids of Georgia. I know you spent a little more time than like 24 minutes at this point, rather than more than you intended, but you know what? Our state's worth it. Our teachers are worth it. Our kids are worth it. I want to say thank you to this college. I mean, the Georgia College of State University, President Kathy Cox and the entire staff has been amazing. Can you give them a hand? Dr. Lindy Morgan in the Deal Center, you had, of course, all to do with this as well. And thank you for your help with this meeting and providing breakfast for our council members this morning. And Julie Alligood from Middle Georgia RISA and Eddie Morris at Oconee RISA, thank you for providing lunch for us. And above all, thank you for attending for the good of moving our state forward. And I'm excited about what I've seen today, but I'm more excited about the future. And I'd like to think this, we have done amazing progress in process over the first year of the existence of this council. What we're about to see, I believe, due to that work, is amazing progress and results in the days and years to come. And thank you for that. And with that, we're gonna adjourn.